The public, the council,
All right.
my office. It's good to see you.
All right. Calling the regular meeting of December 11th to order. And the time is 7 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle. Here. Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Here.
All right. Madam Clerk, please read the adequate notice.
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by an annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger, Desi Talk, and News India Times on December 12th, 2023, and posted main lobby missile complex on that same date.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I have already shared my thoughts on concerns raised in the recent weeks, and my statement is available for anyone who wishes to see it on Edison TV or YouTube. In terms of the announcements, the menorah lighting for the Jewish Community Center of Middlesex County will take place on Thursday, December 19th at 7 p.m. And Holiday Disability Dance will be on Friday, December 13th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. Before we conclude, I have a somber announcement. The Edison Division of Fire sadly announces passing of Walter Boychik, Chief of Edison Volunteer Fire Company Number 1 for 44 years and a member of Metuchen Volunteer Fire Company for 20 years. Chief Boychik dedicated his life to serving this community with unwavering honor and bravery. He leaves behind a legacy of selflessness and commitment that has touched countless lives, and our thoughts and our deepest condolences goes out to his families and friends and fellow firefighters during this difficult time. As we reflect on his life and contributions, I ask everyone to join me in observing a moment of silence to honor Chief Boychik's memory and his extraordinary services to our community. Thank you. Moving on to approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the meeting of October 9th, 2024?
Motion to approve?
Seconded. All right, that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Patil. All in favor?
Aye.
Now, where am I? Yeah. So now moving on to number 6, public comment on the resolution. This will be specifically to the resolutions 687 through 709 only. Anybody that would like to speak on the resolution?
Joy Ship Freeman, Edison, New Jersey. I'd like to speak on Resolution 693 about our shared services. Do you know how long that because we've been entered into this for, I don't know how many years now. So do we know when it's going to come to an end of us paying this amount of money to this person outside of our community for health services?
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah. All right. The resolution restoring the Edison television camera angles for the broadcast of township council meetings. I think that's a good thing that we would do at this particular time. And, oh, I'm sorry. I think that's an excellent thing that we're moving forward and we're going back to some things that we need to go back to in order to normalize our meetings. And also, I'd like to comment on the Worldwide Candle Lighting Day in Edison Township, whereas I've gotten the information from Russell Azzarello. I think that's how you say his last name. I think that's very good, and I think that's good that we're entering into it because it's very sad when people lose their children or you lose people in your family. So I think we should, showcase that better next year so we can all know where to go. But I'm mostly interested in the the shared services with the public health officials for the county of Middlesex, because I think, I think we're spending too much money on that, but, you can tell me what's better.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak on the resolution?
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
You're recognized.
Okay, in terms of the resolutions, it's very commendable that we are probably going to adopt Resolution 706, the Worldwide Candle Lighting Day. It's an admirable and very comforting event and recognition that we'll be doing. I'm also glad that Resolutions 708 and 709 are on the agenda, restoring Edison TV to displaying the entire meeting without any censorship, and also restoring the deleted recordings of meetings. The public has a right to know, the public has a right to see, and that's the direction that we should be moving in. Resolution 707, designating display of the American flag, Constitution, and other founding documents as protected speech. It's clear what you're trying to do there. What you're trying to do with that is to save the ordinance that you passed on decorum that's unconstitutional. You've got an ordinance that by its terms purports to ban all props, costumes, and masks. It gives the presiding officer the discretion to violate people's constitutional right to expressive speech, rights that have been recognized by the Supreme Court of the United States. And it's an ordinance that subjects the township to potential liability. Now, the Municipal Excess Liability Fund has recommended as best practices a model decorum ordinance, and it's noteworthy that their model ordinance recommended by our insurer does not include any bans on masks, costumes, or so-called props. The fact that you've got a resolution that now purports to favor certain items to use as expressive speech, well, that's viewpoint discrimination. So I'd be interested to hear from either you, Mr. President, or from council, how it is that this resolution and the ordinances passed can sustain constitutional scrutiny in terms of the viewpoint discrimination, in terms of the discretion that it gives the presiding officer to interfere with rights. How will that pass muster?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else? Crystal?
All resolutions?
Yes, 687 through 709.
Thank you. Anonymous, South Edison.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, take this, boss. Hell yeah. All right. God bless America. Piggybacking off what Joel said before for R707, I think it's rather strange that you put this ordinance on the list because through the chair to Councilman Brescher, you don't need a law to say that this is protected free speech. The Constitution already guarantees that right. You understand? I don't need permission from Council President Patel. He's still not understanding the concept, and this resolution is proof of it. Okay? Absolutely disgusting. For R709, resolution restoring all deleted recordings of the Edison Township Council meetings to Edison Television YouTube channel. We have to do that because the mayor censored certain videos that made him not look very well. And the fact that we started this meeting while so many people are waiting outside and the police kept them from coming in, I believe is an Open Public Meeting Act violation. You want to make this meeting move so quickly so this way the people outside can't even get their public comments in. But I'm going to move on. I'm looking for ASAF's places. I'm protesting. I hope you vote for ASAF because I'm going to do an ethics violation on you if you. Where's ASAF stuff?
Which resolution are you looking for?
That was the ordinance that was.
That was the ordinance that was pulled.
Oh, you pulled ASAF stuff? Because it was
the-
unethical, thank you. Now we know why it was pulled. You made a deal with Sam Joshi to vote for unconstitutional restrictions.
I think that's
Pay for
not
play.
on the resolution.
I'll move on. I just wanted to get that in while I could. Pay for play, caught. So back to our, restoring the camera angles. The fact that, why do you have to put, you guys run Edison TV, not the mayor. Why do you even have to put that in the resolution? But going back to R707, resolution designating display of the American flag, Constitution, and other founding documents as free speech. Can you please, you know what, through the chair to Councilman Brescher, can you save the dignity of this town and remove that? Because it's already protected free speech. You're making us look even more stupid across the nation. All right? Council president is making this town look even worse. We're a national embarrassment for the, everyone knows this town's a bunch of Nazis now because of Council President Patel, that Nazis are running this town. We can't display the American flag? Through the chair to Councilman Brescher. Councilman Brescher, only somebody that's not born on this soil would think of something as stupid as that. How did he even make it up there? I'm talking about, I know you're asking him for advice to stop me from talking, but I'm talking about R707. The resolution R707 shows how tyrannical Councilman Patel is. Who put this on the agenda? I want to know, who put this on the agenda? Was it Councilman Patel? Resolution designating display of the American flag, Constitution, and other founding documents as protected speech. Oh, why thank you, Fuhrer. Thank you. Thomas Jefferson gave me that right. The founding fathers gave me that right. The Constitution gives me that right. And I hope we remove this resolution because it insinuates that once you create this law, that your law is bigger than the Constitution. So let's remove R707. Let's stop making a mockery of this town, okay? Only someone with a green card would make something like R707 up. Do you even have a green card, Councilman Patel? Do you have a green card? Do you have your citizenship? At least he's not going to fake his birth certificate like Obama did. You're being investigated now by the FBI. Deprivation of rights under color of law, R707 proves it. You're trying to legalize something that's already legalized, that so many service members died for. How dare you put this on the damn thing? You're a scumbag. You're a scumbag. You're uneducated. Do you think that we're all stupid children and that we wait for you to tell us what's appropriate and not appropriate? We've all already learned what's appropriate. We don't need an immigrant, not born here in America. You're not even from Edison, New Jersey, and you're going to tell me how I'm going to display my flag? You understand? I was born in this town. I graduated in this town. I've seen so many people pass away in this town. And shame on you for removing me every single time. You're a scumbag.
All right, anybody else that would like to speak on the resolution?
All right, anonymous. In regards to 687 all the way through 709, there's members of the public who are still outside and they're not able to see the meeting taking place. So in regards to all of these things that are on the consent agenda, nobody from the public who's outside is able to hear, and they're not able to participate because of the wild amount of security clearances to have to enter this building. Again, in regards to these resolutions, nobody is able to hear it. They're not able to hear what's going on because you guys started the meeting and didn't allow people to enter the building in a timely manner. So I might just talk a little slow, just to make sure people can enter the building. So I think it's pretty obvious what you guys have done here with that. And I'd like to see everybody who's in the who's trying to enter the building be in this room so they can participate and make a comment or two. Yeah, you guys did not allow anyone here in a timely fashion. So I will be using the rest of my time to help make sure everybody can get in here in a timely fashion, since you guys have no care or don't give a shit or don't give a fuck about this process. So I'm gonna talk a little slow. We're gonna wait a little bit, since I seem to care about something that you guys should give a shit about. But there's no fucking care. Relax. We're just gonna take a little time here in regards to the consent agenda, 687 through 709. And as I stand here, I'm trying to gather my thoughts. Worldwide Candle Lighting Day. And I acknowledge 706.
I did a pretty good job on this one.
Specifically for Russ. Never even should have deleted these videos. Lack of transparency is disgusting. And Worldwide Candle Lighting Day for Russ Azzarello. Let me still gather my thoughts on the consent agenda.
I'm stretching. Oh, a voting booth to register to be a Republican.
It's very disturbing to see the fact that nobody was able to get in a timely fashion. It's very disrespectful to the residents and the people who traveled. There's people who traveled from other parts of the country, different states, so they can hear what's going on with this agenda, make comments based off of prior speakers that they were able to hear. But they're unable to participate right now. So let me gather my thoughts some more. Still thinking.
And I acknowledge 706 for Russ Azzarelli. And I yield my 5 seconds remaining time back to the council.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, happy to.
Council President,
Thank you.
just quick,
Huh?
just real quick. Just a real quick statement that the council doesn't decide about the doors. That's the administration and the mayor.
Yes, but moving on. Who would like to speak on the resolution? You, sir.
Russell Azzarello, Schuyler Drive,
You recognize that.
Edison, New Jersey. Thank you. I'd like to begin on a positive note and thank the council members, especially John Pointer, Councilman Pointer, for being receptive. Many of the council members, Joe Coyle, Rich Brescher, Margot Harris, AJ Patil, everybody's been receptive. You weren't here last time. No, it's no secret my son passed away. And the second Sunday of December is a worldwide candle lighting ceremony in honor and remembrance of all the sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, grandchildren that passed away. We should never have to bury our children. They should bury us. And unfortunately, I'm in a club that I never wanted to be in. There's strength in numbers like there is today, and there's strength in numbers in grieving, and there's strength in numbers in getting through a loss of a child. So I acknowledge and I appreciate Councilman Pointer and the council members for Resolution 706, acknowledging the second Sunday of December worldwide candle lighting ceremony. I hope, even though it was too late for this year, that this year coming up in 2025, that there is a location in Edison that we can find the budget to have a place where people could go to meet and join and have a shoulder to lean on and just get through at least that night with people and friends and family. It's a central location where we could light a candle and pray and remember our children, our grandchildren, our nieces and nephews. So once again, I thank you and I appreciate the resolution 706. Now on a bad note, this was a slap in the face, an insult to my family, my friends, people watching. The world is watching. And we let people in a minute to 7, a minute before the meeting starts. I don't know how many people are missing this meeting. How many people are acknowledging what's been said? We should stop this runaway train and get on the tracks the right way. Let's do the right thing. If it's the mayor, the administration, shame on you. There's no transparency. There's no right step in the right direction when you pull a stunt like this. This is a slap in the face and an insult to everybody. It is uncalled for. We learn together. We talk together. We listen. This is ridiculous. There's people that can't listen. There's people. My sister flew from North Carolina. I talked to a young girl from Texas. What is going on here? We still continue to there's a blemish. Let's wipe it off. Let's wipe the slate clean and do the right thing. If this had nothing to do with the council members, then that's fine. If it had something to do with whoever had something to do with this, whether they're here or watching, let it be known that people are watching and paying attention. Do the right thing. People are watching. People don't forget. We're meeting a lot of new friends here tonight. Every meeting, I'm meeting friends. I'm shaking hands. This should be for the right reasons, okay? Resolution 706 was a good reason. I appreciate that. 707 through 709 should have never happened. This 6 minutes to 4 should have never happened. referring to the United States flag and the United States Constitution as props should have never happened. Apologies are heard. And you know what's better? Actions. Actions speak louder than words. Rescind those ordinances. Rescind them. Show the American people, show the residents of Edison, your family and friends, Edison, New Jersey, the country and the world, you're going to be proactive and do the right thing from here on in. And if people are telling you not to, think and vote. Think and vote with your head, your conscience, and your heart that you're doing the right thing. You don't have to rubber stamp everything. Okay? I'm going to go 43 seconds in case there's anybody else. Anybody else back there, Mike? Let me know. I'm starting to get used to this. I'm starting to get used to this. I dropped out of college. I wanted to be a cop or a lawyer. I ended up dropping out. I became a landscaper. Who would have known? It's funny, life's boomerang. It came back to full cycle. I got 16 seconds. I will praise you when it's necessary and warranted. And I'm here to call you out when it's not, just like everybody else is. This is my first council meeting. It won't be the last.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, Council President. We can get a gauge on how many people are outside waiting.
Can we
and
find
those
out how many people are outside?
Those who showed up.
Is there
now
anybody still
and
waiting
who-
in the back?
Perhaps we can
Nope.
just get a
Okay,
gauge
so
and
we're
get
good.
those.
Okay. All right.
How many people?
There's none.
None?
There's none.
Okay.
waiting.
Okay. You can come on. The
Thank
one
you,
in the
Council
back.
President.
Yeah.
You're going to speak on the issue about props and defining what a prop is. I guess a prop is, well, my name is Scalzo for the record. Scalzo, S-C-A-L-Z-O. And I'm from Earth, as someone said yesterday. It was kind of funny, so I'd steal his joke there. So what is a prop? A prop is basically anything that,
Are you speaking on resolution?
I'm not sure what the resolution number is. 709, there you go. So a prop is basically anything that you're holding in your hand. It could be a newspaper, a book, I guess technically a flag, a cell phone, a magazine, a Bible, a cross, Quran, whatever. So those are all things that will get you, if you hold most of those items, except a flag or a picture of a constitution, ironically, you'll get thrown out of this meeting, which, that doesn't really make any logical sense. But anyway, first I was going to comment quick on, we're talking about things that people might find offensive or whatever, or free speech in general. Christo said an offensive thing earlier about immigrants. My father was an immigrant, and I just want to thank Christo for offending me. That's his right, and thank you for that. And no problem. And Christo is a kind-hearted person overall, so I forgive him. Back to props. The lawyer claims that the prop ban is content neutral, but I can't figure out how that's possible, because you're saying that people can have a flag or image of the Constitution, but if you hold a Bible, then you'll get thrown out. That's clearly not content neutral. Like, let's say you had a newspaper about an article. I say, oh, here's a newspaper article. In fact, I'm using newspapers as a prop right now. If there's a newspaper article about the mayor and I want to talk about it, I'll get thrown out of here technically, right? That's what's going to happen. So in a sense, there's two forms of censorship. There's me holding the prop, the newspaper, that's censorship. But also the newspaper publisher is also being censored, because now I have to leave with the newspaper. So I can't even read their article publicly while holding it. So that, I guess we'll check with the lawyer and see if I'm correct on that, or I just don't understand the logic behind the prop ban. And about, I guess the part of it was to calm down disruptions. But if you watch the last meeting, the last meeting was great overall. I loved it. It was a good time. And because people were happy to be here, they're talking about patriotic comments, they're talking about their personal lives. The Star Spangled Banner broke out in an impromptu singing of it in key, which is pretty impressive. And that was great. And that would not have happened if you didn't have these prop bans, costume bans, whatever it is, whatever nonsense. But I also wanted to point out the only disruptions in the last meeting, there was a council member that called out someone who was talking in the back. He's like, "Sir, calm down," or sorry, "Sir, stop speaking," is what he said. The only disruption, mini disruption, was not from props. It was not from costumes. It was from the old-fashioned vocal cords, people speaking. But that you already have rules for that. You've probably had rules for that for the past 100 years. So if someone's talking while someone else's time, then you already have rules for that. So I don't see why you have to have these additional things that are just pointless. Again, I don't know what a prop is. I'm still trying to figure that out. What if I bring a newspaper, I'll get thrown out. Oh, here's another thing. You're almost guaranteeing yourself, look at another 2 minutes. You're guaranteeing yourself a lawsuit because let's say someone brings a Bible in here and you don't throw them out. And someone brings a newspaper in here, you don't throw them out. The whole list, a Quran, a cross, a cell phone, you don't throw them out, which you're not going to, clearly. Months and months and months are going to pass. You're not going to throw people out until maybe 7 months down the line, someone brings a prop in that you don't like. Now what? So now you're going to throw him out, but we already have on record, on video, of maybe 100 people not being thrown out for having props. Because obviously you're not going to throw, if someone has a Quran, you're not going to throw them out. That would be insane. Or a Bible or whatever. So it's clearly not content neutral. If my logic is wrong, feel free to let me know. I love conversations. I work with Leroy Truth, and we love conversations. We'll be here for as long as we can. Feel free to have a conversation with us. That's the difference between us and many of the people up there. You guys slither away and try to hide from conversations, which is not a sign of honesty, personally. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes.
at the risk of potentially being ostracized, right now it's in regards to the resolutions. I understand that you can make certain connections. I would just like for those to be elaborated to make sure that there is a connection with it. If it's not pertaining to the resolution, we still have another opportunity at the oral petitions and remarks. So if that's okay, just make sure if it's in regards to the resolutions, just stick to the resolution. If it's a general comment, I just asked to do it during the oral petitions and remarks, which will be right after the action items. Thank you, Council President.
All right, name and address, please.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Alan Levy. I'm a resident of the city of Rahway, 254 Oak Street.
You recognized.
Thank you. I wish to speak upon your resolution 707, which talks about designating display of the American flag, Constitution, and other founding documents as protected speech. As someone said earlier, it's already protected speech. But you know what also is protected speech? Items that are not part of the founding of America. Obviously, what happened last month has gone viral in the right-wing media sphere because you threw out a guy for having an American flag, but somebody who wanted to show a picture of George Floyd on a particular item, if you threw them out, it would become famous on MSNBC and left-wing media. The point is, your fix to this, and I'm going to talk about your counsel and the advice you're getting from your legal counsel, because, whoa boy, what you're doing is you are actually making it not content neutral by picking and choosing which props are okay and which props aren't okay. Now, this council has every right under the federal and state constitution to protect a council meeting from disruptions. Absolutely. And if somebody is disrupting a meeting, you have the right to ask law enforcement to remove that person. A prop is not a disruption. A prop is protected speech. Now, if the prop somehow causes a disruption, then you already have rules that allow for the removal of somebody causing a disruption. But merely holding up a prop, whether or not you like it or not, does not create a disruption. So what you're doing, the whole resolution that you created is so overly broad that it's unconstitutional on its face. And that raises the question, and what Mr. Bassoff did I pronounce it correctly, Mr. Bassoff? Okay. what he did was he came up here to show you, well, for example, I could hold this American flag and you wouldn't remove me because I'm showing such an innocuous prop. And then congratulations, you made him a national hero by doing exactly what he thought you would never do. So and all of this raises a question, because I come from Rahway, and these council meetings are also kind of hostile there. And what I find ironic is this town has the same law firm as its city attorney, and most of you may not know that law firm is Renown, Coughlin, Mincello. How are you doing, Mr. Mincello? Many people might not know that Mr. Coughlin is the Speaker of the New Jersey Assembly, who also recently helped gut the Oprah statue. What I'm talking about here is the terrible advice you're getting from your council. And what's happening here, and I saw that you're paying them last year, it was like $745,000. And in Rahway, they just got an increase in their budget.
Yeah, I think we're going.
From
Sir, we're going off of. If you want to speak on this, you can speak on it.
Shut me down. That's fine.
You can
It's
speak
what
on.
you do.
You can
Why
speak
don't you
on
ask
it.
the law enforcement to have me removed?
Sir.
Mr. Mincello, just like Mr. Burns helped make Mr. Bassoff a national hero. So I would ask, could you have me removed to make me a national hero as well? You know, so and just so you know, you had a guy here calling you Nazis, and I think that's totally inappropriate, sir. But you didn't shout him down. But you're going to shout me down? That's called not having a content-neutral decision. So you guys still haven't learned. The OPMA, the Open Public Meetings Act of New Jersey, simply gives people the right to address their city council. And whether it's 5 minutes or 6 minutes, you're there to just sit
Sir,
there
you
and
can address
listen.
this.
Are you going to keep interrupting me? Great. This is perfect. This
Point of order.
shows how
Through the-
you don't
through the Council
understand
President.
how this resolution is going
Mr.
to
Lee-
fix the
Excuse me, sir.
problem.
There's a point of order.
See, there you go. Do I get my time back? You know, but thank you for proving the point. You guys can't stop. You guys can't sit there and just listen. Whether it's a prop,
Council President, there was a
whether
point of
it's
order.
something of a
Sir,
display
there's a point of order called.
protected
So
speech.
if you can just pause,
I'm
we will
talking
pause
about
your.
how the
We will pause.
resolution is violating protected speech.
You know what?
Why don't you listen for once?
Mr. Levy, may I speak for a moment? All we're asking,
Pause this time, please.
yes,
You know,
Councilwoman, you called a point of order
Yes.
to the chair. Point of order is have to be directed to
through the chair, yes. Mr. Levy, all we're doing is asking you to just speak on the resolution, and you stray from that when you talk about how much the law firm is
and
being
that's
paid.
your opinion. And thank you for expressing your opinion. And I would never
all right.
shout you down for expressing your opinion, whether or not you were speaking on the resolution. Mr. Mincello, you finally made a smart decision. Just let my 45 seconds go. This way you won't give me what I want. You won't help make yourself into a national figure. And I wish people would understand, take a look at that law firm. Take a look at how they are benefit. And right now, they benefit from giving you bad advice under this resolution. Every Oprah request they tell you to deny. Every Oprah request they tell you to take a slow effort and just delay and be mean to people. They make more money in billing. So they are leading your town down a bad road. And I think people should know that that's where a lot of this is coming from. Thank you for your time.
I wanted to just make one more announcement, because I understand people have very strong opinions, and I am here to listen. I think we're all here to listen. But the point is, if we can just focus on the resolution, talk about it, and then when we get to the oral petition and remarks, you are free to talk about whatever you choose to talk about. It's just during this portion, we would like to discuss township business, and if we can focus on that specifically, and then we'll move on to the next section. Councilman Patel.
Council President, point of order.
Just 1 sec. I will recognize Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. I think, we need to give the brief information. There is one more chance
for everyone who'd like to speak. It's a point number 8, which is oral petitions and remarks. Feel free to speak anything that you would like to, but at this point in time, we are on the resolution. If you can restrict our conversation specific to the resolution, that will help us to get to the oral petition and remark where all of you can speak. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Coyle? Council President, the right thing to do is just repeal this ordinance. I mean, it's obvious. We're not going to control this crowd. And I'm not, and again, I know we sit, in the middle of this, but it's very vague. What's a prop? What's a costume? It's going to be redefined for 100 times.
Councilman
I'm just kidding. When there's a fourth vote, I'll be that fourth vote. It just makes no sense.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President, in fact, this is what exactly I said during the Monday meeting. Why don't you resign the current ordinance? And we are back here. But if you would like to get through the agenda, and if someone is willing to move the motion. Let's go through the agenda, and then let's finish this portion first. Thank you. Moving on. Who wants to speak on the resolution still?
My name's Terry Beck from Hillsborough, New Jersey.
You're recognized.
When there are issues in the state, I filed charges on Governor Murphy. I got to know President Trump. I represent him for Bikers for Trump. He has sent me out, and we currently have a lawsuit in Bedminster just for the same situation. We cannot have a township ordering cops to do certain things that are unlawful. You cannot change the Constitution. I'm a constitutionalist. Do you understand that's a violation of felony on Title 4, Section 8, disrespect to the flag? I've been with bikers for 38 years. You disrespect these colors, you know what that means? You signed your death certificate. So that's what this means in the biker world. So you have to leave the Constitution alone. It's not a threat. It's a constitutional piece of advice to let you know you cannot step on our...
Can you please speak on the resolution?
I'm going to just say, there's no reason why we even should have a resolution when we're just exercising the
Yes,
Constitution.
but for now, we're on the resolution portion, so can we speak on the resolution?
Well, the problem is now, because I reported this to...
You will be recognized to speak on whatever you choose to on Section 8.
Yeah, but I want you to know the evidence already at Trump's golf course. They already have it. They're deporting people not respecting the flag. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Council President, can
Let's just get to the public portion, and then we'll have our discussion.
can I propose a motion to repeal it now?
No, we're still on the public portion.
Well,
All right,
no, but I
we're
thought
still
you
on the
could propose
resolutions.
a motion at any time during the meeting.
I would recommend that at the close of public comment, you could then make that motion.
Yes.
I don't think it's appropriate during public comment to make that motion.
Uh,
Council President, point of order. I'm not here to disrespect the council. It's quite obvious. We as a council can repeal this right now if we choose to.
Rich.
Whether we agree or disagree, we could do it now. I'm making a motion to repeal this propping costume ordinance. And I'm asking the Council President for a roll
Wait, before we, can I just proceed?
Okay. Everybody, let's just finish the procedure. Wait.
Councilman Coyle, what we need to do is we should.
It's going to be 4 hours to get through everybody here for something we can just do right now.
Councilman Coyle, all we need to do, Councilman Coyle, all we need to do is suspend public comment. Once we suspend public comment, your motion would then be appropriate. We could take a second, and then you could move through.
Motion to suspend public comment.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Council Vice President. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so public comment is closed for the moment.
We're gonna open it
Now
up
I'll
now.
take the motion.
Point of order. Council President, I'd like to repeal the ordinance for the propping costume ordinance. Madam Clerk, could you read the ordinance number?
I second.
Councilman Coyle, just to understand, that's not a point of order. You're making a motion.
Your motion.
Your motion, yes. I'm making a motion.
I second it.
It's a resolution?
Ordinance 223.
Ordinance.
Oh,
They want a motion. So then can we also get a second motion to remove this resolution after this, if it passes?
Yeah, we need, yeah.
All right. So I have a motion to repeal ordinance 2239 and a second by Councilman Patel.
Can I also just say what we're voting on right now, just Council President, if I may, and thank you. What you're voting on now is the introduction of an ordinance to repeal the decorum ordinance. That's correct? Because this will require 2 readings.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's your advice.
You've already adopted it.
Okay.
Yes. Councilman Coyle, you've already adopted this ordinance, so we
Understood.
need to do it just procedurally. You can start that process tonight by introducing an ordinance to repeal.
Okay.
This vote is for an introduction.
Good afternoon, good evening, gentlemen. My name is
Wait,
Peter.
well, sir,
Pfizer.
sir. Public portion is closed right now. Just one sec.
So Councilman Coyle made a motion to introduce the repeal of ordinance 0.2239-2024.
Yes.
Correct.
Will be the public, don't have to see that.
Council President,
Oh,
just
what- I
a
gotta give the
question to the
title.
attorney. Because we have only one meeting left to end the year, and any ordinance that needs to be effective need adoption.
Yeah,
So
well, I
if we are
think it'll-
rescinding the next council meeting,
You have one more meeting
Yes,
this
that-
year. So, and that meeting is, if I'm correct, it's combined, it's 10 days, it's more than 10 days from now. So you can have a second reading on that ordinance on the 23rd.
So
On this ordinance to repeal, you can adopt this. There will still be within the period, the estoppel period, but that's okay. You'll have gotten the 2 votes in within the end of the year.
thank you.
Point of clarification, are we still going to be able to make comment
Yes,
on this?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. And the other question I had was, usually when we do an introduction to an ordinance, we have, hey, this will be a public reading on this date. Do we have to make that announcement?
Yes, you would definitely need to make that announcement. The clerk
Okay,
would have
so-
to do that.
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah.
You have to have an ordinance in print, and I have to try to get it to the paper, or they're not gonna make it in time. Because of their deadlines, and you're not gonna make it in time.
We need to call a special meeting.
But from what I understand, since the
Correct.
next
We've
year,
already-
the same council is moving forward, would that still
I
continue?
ran for
We
commissioner. and
we
I
need
lost
to.
by 1,500 votes.
We can represent tonight to this governing body that we'll make every effort to have this on by the next meeting. If for some reason we have some logistical delay, we'll push to the next meeting. Yeah.
Like for advertising, we're not gonna make it in the 10 days.
Unless
The
we,
newspaper deadlines, I don't even have it, so I have to, you know what I mean? It's not gonna make it for the
When did you need it by to get it done?
unless we call for a special meeting.
Yeah.
possibly make it for Saturday's paper. We don't know though, because it's late.
All right, so we do a special meeting.
So here's the thing.
Council
I would
President?
suggest that we do it for January.
Well, can we
Yes,
call a
I think
special?
the clerk has an idea.
Yeah, because as we.
Council President, can we go into 1-minute recess? This is-
No, actually, this has to be discussed.
Okay.
We can't go into recess to discuss this.
Okay, no
Yeah.
So if you want to introduce it, we can get the introduction in the paper.
Please,
The next
guys.
meeting to adopt would be the January 6th meeting for public hearing. Because the council's not changing.
Yes.
So we can adopt.
Councilman.
But I would say it has to be
Councilman Coyle,
January 6th.
we can absolutely have a second reading at the first meeting in January will be the second reading of this ordinance to repeal.
Okay.
So we can do it.
The advertising, I ain't got.
Okay,
No special meeting would be required. We can do it at our regularly scheduled meeting.
okay,
Does
Fine.
this be during the,
Right.
are we gonna do a roll call?
Yeah. Roll call, though.
No, I'm allowed to
This will
speak.
be
After the
after the reorg. But you can have a second reading after the reorg.
yeah, when is the reorg?
Yeah.
The reorg is on the 6th.
And when is the one after that? Okay, so can we have him reread that with the
Okay.
January 8th?
Okay.
Councilman Coyle, can you reintroduce it for January 8th?
And the public hearing is going to be January 8th.
John had asked a question before. You wanted to ask a
Okay, and Councilman Pointer, what was your question?
Council,
No, I have.
I'm making a motion
comments.
first.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait.
But we're just making sure the process is correct, yeah.
It's fine.
Fourth date, January 2nd?
January 8th.
January 8th.
Public hearing will be January 8th to repeal this ordinance.
And what's the name of the ordinance? What's the number?
0.2239.
Okay.
That's going to be, we're repealing that one. Go before two. What is it going to be? 42. So we're going to have a new ordinance number being 2242, Joe.
Okay.
It's going to be the new one.
All right. Council President, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the ordinance 02239, 2024, regards to the costume and prop ordinance. And I'd like to move this ordinance be passed on first reading and published according to law and further consideration and public hearing set down for January 8th.
All right.
Seconded.
All right, sis. Well, one sec. That's motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Councilman Patil.
Let me just say that the number will be, of the new ordinance will be 2242-2024.
All right. And now I'll open it up to the council comments.
Do you have a second, Council President?
Yeah, we have a second.
Second.
We have a second.
Yep.
Councilman Pointer.
Council President. Again, at the risk of being ostracized. While I know the focus of the ordinance pertains to the consideration of props, costumes, and performances, there are aspects to it that I actually find are good. Allow me to explain. It sets established guidelines in regards to actual enforcement of decorum. For instance, someone has to come up to the podium to speak. If there is an actual disruption, then a point of order has to be made and a warning has to be established. If there's continued disruption, then they have to be asked to sit down. If there's a disruption after that, then it would be asked for removal. Not having those types of guidelines to actually follow a proper process, to me, I think is a bit misguided, because just like you want us to respect your rights and us to actually have a order of process to follow, those types of items I feel are beneficial to the decorum ordinance. Additionally, in regards to that process, it not only gives the council president the opportunity to enforce decorum, the presiding officer, if it's not the council president at that time, but it also states that this body as a whole can either enforce decorum or call into question any type of decorum item that comes in. I've asked legal to explain to me like the process, like if we disagree with a decision from the council president, the presiding officer, or whomever at that time is in charge of the meeting, what we as a body properly should do to actually call that into question and then be able to actually counter against it. My personal opinion, considering that the introduction of the vote of this would actually be on January 8th, having proper legislative documentation in the form of a written ordinance at the next meeting would actually still make the same time frame. Because on December 23rd, you'd have the 10 days notice available, and then on January 8th, the same type of action would occur. We received a letter from Fire earlier today, right? And they stated to, recommended either repeal or amending. I am open to amending the ordinance so that we strike out shall be considered, have the prop language, have it be, remove the costume language, remove the mask language, and have it specifically state that an actual action of disruption that prevents the meeting from moving forward be the only thing that legitimizes it.
Yeah.
All right, hey, guys.
Point of order.
Guys, just like everyone likes to be heard, we should listen more, and talk less right now. Thank you.
So,
Okay. All right, anybody else that would like to
Yes,
make
yes, Council President?
Council Vice President?
Yes. I'm heartened to hear of this repeal of the ordinance. It's kind of like closing the barn door after the horses have gone. We're going to have to work to get the horses back in. But my experience in my 3 years on this council is that more disruption has taken place from this side of the dais than it has from the public. And my views on freedom of expression have been long-standing, and I'm just going to give a quick example of that. Back in 1978, I was 23 years old, and I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, and in the town of Skokie, which was about 20 minutes from where I grew up. Skokie, which was primarily a Jewish town, a Jewish suburb that was inhabited mostly by Holocaust survivors. The neo-Nazis were staging a march in Skokie. And as abhorrent to me personally, as a Jew, as abhorrent as that was, my feelings were as they are now, which is it is their right to have that march, and it's the right of the counter-protesters to be there. So all of these years later, 46 years later, I'm in the same place that I was back then. So I'm very, very glad that this motion is being introduced. I will be happy to approve it on January 8th, and I'm hoping that we can move on from here and literally make this a happy new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Anybody else?
President?
Councilman Brusher?
Yeah, I'm going to make this very, very short. Three of us up here have been against this, and I want to thank the public. I'd like to thank America and Fox News, because without that light, we wouldn't have had this man, Joe Coyle, just come home to us today. God bless you. He's back home to us. Thank you, Council President.
Pressure. Councilman Patel?
Thank you, Council President. In fact, on Monday night, I said that we should repeal the ordinance. The reason I'm the longest serving councilman on this dais. We never ever had the problems with any rules or any of those things. And I continue to say that if this dais puts their act together, I don't think we'll have residents here. If we can let them speak from their heart, listen to them, regardless what they are holding, how their attire is, as long as we answer their question, I don't think we'll have so many people here. So in that sense, I think any rule that will box in the resident, I will never support. Again, this is against the democracy. Anything that you put around choking the voice of the people. Because of that, I'm seconding this, rescinding this ordinance. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Anybody else? All right, as for me, again, as I said Monday, it's been a mistake. This ordinance started out with good intentions of having some regulations, as Councilman Pointer pointed it out, but I believe that it went too far and is too vague. And at this point, yes, we can amend it, but I think the horses have left the barn, and it's better if we just let them leave and go free. So I will be in support of repealing it as well. And if we need to do this for joint insurance fund to protect the township from litigations, I hope a future council can take on this challenge and do a much better job than I did. So with that said, I'll take a roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes, and I would also like to ask for a motion to remove Resolution 707 from this agenda.
Motion to remove Resolution 707.
Second?
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President. Any comments? No? I think that speaks for itself. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes, and now that those two things are done, the agenda as of now will stand at 687 through 706, and then 708 and 709, and then we shall reopen the public comment section.
Council President, if I may, just before you reopen public comment, we are still in the first public comment section regarding resolutions, and as these items have now been removed, anyone who wishes to continue to speak on this item would have to speak at the general comment, at the second public comment of the evening. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so moving forward, can I get a motion to reopen the public comments?
Motion to reopen the public comment.
Second?
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Council Vice President. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving back to public comments on the resolution. So anybody that would like to speak on the resolution R687 through R706, and then 708, 709.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Name and address, please.
My name is Peter Pizer, Pedro. I am Spanish. I'm from Venezuela. I'm a Vietnam veteran.
Okay.
I fought for this country. I fought for this flag. I'm a retired officer. I do carry a badge.
Okay, sir,
All my brothers and my sisters, I respect them.
I
They're here,
truly
okay?
respect this.
But the thing, give me a minute. The reason I'm here It's an insult to anybody who served for this country and gave up their lives and people lost their lives to make a statement and throw somebody out because he had a flag in his hand. Any of you veterans? No. Any of you veterans? None of them. Tell me something I don't know.
Okay.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Yep. Not one veteran. Mr. Gocklin, you don't remember me, do you? I ran for sheriff in 2016. Okay? I lost by 2,000 votes. You guys spent $1.8 million to beat me. I spent
Sir,
1,000.
what resolution are you speaking on?
About the flag, 707.
That's been removed, so you can speak on it on.
The reason I'm letting you know that you're hurting a lot of veterans' feelings about what you did.
Sir,
Okay.
you can speak on that on the portion 8, so we can. You're more than welcome to come back on the section 8.
No, I don't have to come back. I just get my peace of mind. I'm letting you know.
Sir.
You can't shut me down. You can. I tell you what. You can put me down, but I'll stand up and fight. Well, what I like you to see, all of you, apologize to the veterans that you insulted the flag of this country.
May I get a recess?
Okay.
Motion to recess? Recess.
You should make an
May I get a second
apology
for
on that.
recess?
Second? Recess?
Who made the motion?
A motion by Councilman Pointer.
Please, just, I'm going to resend it.
Did I say something wrong?
All right.
I didn't say anything wrong.
Let it go.
We're going to recess.
Yeah, we need a motion. I mean, yeah, second.
Point of order, Council President. I know this may not be the order of our agenda, but for those who are here for the first time, don't know the difference between speaking on the resolutions or speaking on public comment. Now, if they chose not to speak, which we'd appreciate, we're going to get right to the public comment. You can talk about whatever you want. But I don't think we can get there.
Yeah, I think if
And I
we
think it's gonna
are
be more
done with the
disturbance.
resolutions, because if
Just
no
let
one
'em
wants to
talk.
speak on the resolution, we can close the portion on the resolution, and then we can move on to the next portion,
Okay.
and then you can speak on it.
All I'm asking for you people in Edison, okay? I worked in this county.
Yes, so we
Okay.
can get to that on the
Apologize to the
section 8.
veterans for what you did. That's all I'm asking you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, okay.
Anybody on resolutions only? Resolutions only. Name and address, please.
Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood Road, Edison.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Council President. I'm usually a regular at these meetings, but haven't been at the last few of them because they've been a circus. And no disrespect for anybody in here, but I live in Edison, and we shouldn't have 708 in the first place. I'm in support of Resolution 708, to be clear. But Resolution 708 should have never existed in the first place. And I'd like to still know where it came from, the idea came from, to try new camera angles.
Okay.
I don't know if I can I get that answer?
We'll be
Council
answering at
President?
the end, after we're done with the resolution questions, that we can get the answers.
Okay, so the question is, who made the decision to change Edison TV in the first place so that we have to be talking about 708 in the first place?
No, thank you, Nick.
Okay.
All right.
I believe it's the mayor and the administration that made that decision, because if council is asking to repeal that decision and you need a resolution in order to do that, then it obviously wasn't you guys that did it. It was the city administration that did it. Because if you can't just change it by a motion and just tell the guy before the meeting even starts, then it must be the city administration that made the change. And it's abhorrent that I can't watch at home because I need to put my children to sleep and give them story time, and I can't come here. So I watch the meetings like many other people in Edison. We watch the meetings, but they can't see me right now, and they have no idea what's going on in the chamber. It is very hard to figure out what's going on in the chamber when you've changed these camera angles. It was so much easier to understand the meeting and follow along when you could see what was going on, and the nice gentleman from Edison TV could direct the cameras to whoever was talking or whatever was going on in the room. So I'm in full support of 708, and I hope that you are in support of 708, and I'll save my other comments for later.
Thank you, Nick. Anybody else on the resolutions only?
Anybody?
Rob Kentos, 61 Meadow Road.
Yeah, you
Lifelong
recognize
Edison
Rob.
resident, 15 generation Edison resident, as a matter of fact. Resolution 709, it's a pretty interesting topic there. Why do the meetings appear, reappear, disappear, float away? As you all know, I dissect these meetings. I know everybody that was in the room at the last meeting. We research them. We look around to see who's influencing our town. And the meetings are there, and then all of a sudden they're gone. Then they come back. Just last week, I'm on the website, I'm looking at a couple videos, and all of a sudden, they're gone. They were removed. They were literally removed while I was looking at them. You know, if it wasn't for Charlie and the other people who come here and videotape, I wouldn't be able to look at the meetings. I mean, it's a huge problem. And then forget about saying, oh, well, Oprah the meeting. Okay, as the gentleman who's not even from this town, Rawway, just spoke, he apparently knows the Coughlin Law Firm motto, which is deny all Oprah requests, deny everything. If you get into litigation with this town, I'll tell you what they do. Here's what happens. They will drag this out forever. It will cost you more money in legal fees. This town pays more money in legal fees than what it would cost to just fix the problem. Than what it would just cost to fix the problem. You know, you have a drainage problem out in front of your house? Well, we're gonna get $1 million legal bill, but then we could have just replaced the culvert for a couple bucks. It's ridiculous. But again, back to 709, I don't want to lose focus on it here. This has been a problem. I Oprah these meetings, you don't get them. You don't get them. Why not? There's people here videotaping them. You're not gonna get away with it. The man upstairs, as you call him, the mayor, I don't understand. I just want a nice, clean copy of the meeting where the audio is maybe not muffled. But I'm gonna get the video anyway, because there's always somebody here videotaping. I mean, Joe's videotaping me. I mean, but he won't give me the video. Well, I never asked him. I apologize, I never asked him. So I'm glad to see 709 is going, I hope that you pass 709. I don't know how you're going to actually enforce that. I don't know how, after you put this in effect, I don't know how you're gonna enforce it, because council, you guys don't control it when they take them away. It's complete nonsense. I mean, I shouldn't have to, as a taxpayer of this town, I should not have to go out online and talk to Christo if I don't want to talk to him, because maybe I don't like him. I shouldn't have to go find another source for these videos or the audio. I mean, you guys want to take the video away? Give me the audio. It's just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's just what's going on in this town. Where's the adult here? Where's the adult here? You don't even have to be a legal sleuth to know what's going on in this town. It's absolutely ridiculous. I just cannot believe this. As far as the camera angles, I mean, we know who did that. We know why that was done, because Rob Kentos is up here speaking right now. And you know what? People might not listen to the crazies, but they know me in town, okay? They might not listen to everybody here, but they say, oh shit, Rob Kentos is up there, okay? I'm exercising my First Amendment right. My kids aren't around. So it's just ridiculous. I get it. Listen, if you don't want certain people, I give you permission to blur out my face. Just blur out my face if you don't want people to know I'm up here. It's just ridiculous. We shouldn't have to have these resolutions. We shouldn't have to have these decorum resolutions. I've been coming to these meetings since the 80s. My grandfather brought me to these first meetings. They weren't even in these chambers. They were in a back room somewhere. And I'm sitting there like a little kid, like a fool. I didn't even know what's going on. It's just absurd. 4 years of this administration, and look what we got. That's all I got.
Good evening, Council. I'm Edward Lefty Grimes. I'm with sativacross.org. We're a 501c3 here in New Jersey, fighting for cannabis, patients' rights, and the rights of the disabled. I want to talk about the camera angle ordinance. It should never have been taken away. The reason why you had the camera angle ordinance was because of us, because we came to support Christo, and we came here. Bongholio had his 8-foot bong outfit. He was dressed as a bong. You didn't like that. I had my mask on, and you told me to remove my mask. Underneath my mask, I had white tape that said, Joshy is a milky liquor. You didn't like that either. That was embarrassing. You had a great shot of it, too. It was right in my face. It was a great shot. We don't have that shot no more. But that was a great shot. I would have directed that shot. And you didn't even know what a milky liquor was. And a milky liquor is actually someone who takes a Milky Way off the shelf, licks the vanity side, and puts it back. That's what it is. It's nothing dirty. You may have dirty mind. That's a milky liquor. It's from the Jerky Boys movie. So the camera angles, you really had to fix that. You really need to go a step further, because the camera angles really aren't working for disabled vets that are home right now, not being able to take part. For 19 months, disabled vets were able to see those camera angles and take part in the Zoom meetings. And all of a sudden, you took it away after 19 months. The disabled vets all of a sudden weren't a part of your agenda, and they lost their access. Just like they lost their access to this building today. You got people in wheelchairs pushing themselves 50 feet up a ramp? Are you kidding me? 50 feet? How does this guy get up the ramp? This poor guy. And you got another guy, a girl pushing somebody else up a ramp. You got Marina with one leg. You have somebody with a prosthetic leg that had to walk up that ramp. How dare you disrespect the disabled like that? And that's not you, it's Joshy and the business administrator. So shame on you. Shame on you.
They won't say a word.
Disgusting. Out in the rain. Out in the rain. This poor man in the rain in the wheelchair? Really? Don't you care? 68% of Jesus' miracles were for the disabled. 68% of Jesus' miracles were for the disabled. Where's your energy at? I want to know where your energy is at. You may not be a Christian, and I'm not the best Christian. But let me tell you something. I support disabled people, and I care about, and I'm very compassionate. I have a heart for disabled people. I don't have to have a heart for you guys. You're a government entity. You're not a human to me. You're a government entity that's supposed to serve us.
Another football field.
I'll have more to say later about this. Thank you. Oh, by the way, they shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning we will remember them. Thank you.
I brought a big prop. Not here to talk about that, though. This particular flag was flown over Afghanistan.
Just name and address,
2011.
please.
Yeah, I'll be anonymous. I'm from Burlington County for you guys. I want to talk about 708 and 709. You said a little bit earlier in this meeting that it was a mistake doing what you did before. People that make mistakes own up to them immediately. They don't delete video off the internet and then have to put resolutions together to put those things back. If you made a mistake, you just correct the mistake. You don't hide evidence. Really, really not cool that you guys are doing that. Not great either that you're messing with camera angles. This is a public meeting. There's no expectation of privacy whatsoever. So when you've got camera angles, you don't have to blur people's faces out. That's not a requirement. That's baked into the Constitution. Freedom of the press means you can go record anyone, videotape anyone, anywhere in a public place. Can't do it in my house. I can't do it in your house. I can't record you on a phone call that you're not consenting to. But in a public meeting like this, I have every right to record you. So there's no reason you would need to turn off the 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras that are physically mounted in this building. This town paid for those cameras. Why, if you're not going to use them? Why are they mounted on the walls? That one is pointing over there at a wall. That one's pointing way over there. That one might be pointing at you. I have no idea if it's on or not. Yeah, that one's pointing at you. Are these recording? Does anybody know? Yeah? You guys should be recording me. That camera should be pointed at me. That camera should be pointed at me. They're not. They're off. They're not in use. Why'd you pay for those? Terrified. Taxpayers paid for them, exactly.
I think they forget whose purse they're using.
I'll say one more thing here. I think it's very, very telling as well that there is not a resolution on this agenda to apologize to that man right there for having him physically removed from this podium. Absolutely shameful.
All right, anybody else on the resolutions?
All right. My name is Jim Needlemeyer, and I am from Monmouth County.
You're recognized.
Okay? Well, I want to say one thing. You should do something about I shouldn't have to wait outside while you do metal detecting. That's discrimination against disabled people like myself and this gentleman here. And another thing, you need to talk to Joseph Caruso of the New Jersey Expo and Convention Center. His washrooms are not handicap accessible. They're not complying with the ADA Act. I mean, I stopped going, and then you get people parking in the parking spots. I had a fight for my disabled right. Look, I had to get disabled placard for parking, but then you get some person in there that has a dot or a turban on their head. They could park there because they don't have a placard or parking those parking spots. Why don't you get the damn police department down there to make their ticket quota in 1 month down there when they have a show? Exactly. That's right. They can make their ticket quota in 1 month on one show down there, especially the Greenberg train show. That show's not handicap accessible. Get on Joseph Caruso's ass and make him make those washrooms handicap accessible. Thank you. And amen.
Okay.
I think they spent the money on Christo, the $100,000 bought on it. Forget the bathrooms. They spent it on taxpayers' money for Christo.
Hi, my name is Heather Christine. I'm from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I'm here with Early Vote Action.
You're recognized.
Scott Pressler is the leader of our group. He unfortunately could not be here tonight, but we are here representing Early Vote Action.
What resolution are you speaking on?
I'm just making a general comment.
You can make that
That's
at the end, the second portion. So that'll be happening at the number 8. We're on number 6 right now.
And which resolution is that?
No, we're on public comments on the resolution. Once we get through the resolution, we'll get to number 8. That's when you speak to that.
Oh, public comments at the end?
Yes.
Okay, I
Thank
will
you.
do that. Thank you.
All right, anybody on the resolution?
Dr. Nasser, Edison. So what I'm kind of seeing is that you're trying to undo everything that you did, and you're trying to handle the meeting that we put all of this decorum and all these different things with the 6 minutes and whatever, and you're undoing it. So that's good. I want to talk about 707. I know I can only talk about that later, and I will, because I'm a little disappointed about what I heard. Trying to be a hero right now, some of you, and you're the reason that this exists to begin with. I want to talk about 708, the camera angles. Why in the world are we talking about this? Why did we do this? Everything that we're doing here is a waste of time. You guys told us that you wanted us to go ahead and make these meetings more efficient. This is just stupid what you guys have done. You've brought lots of people from out of town here. You wouldn't listen to the Edison residents, but you're listening to everybody else. This is kind of dumb. We're taxpayers here, and you won't listen to us. I'm a committee person. You don't answer emails. It's ridiculous. I want to know who decided that these camera angles should be changed. I have a feeling that, as some people said, it was because of the people that are in front of me right here, and I'm sure it was because of Christo, too. You just didn't want to see his face. It's ridiculous. Let the people speak for their 6 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever it is that you want. It's not a big deal. I am in favor of this resolution. one of the things that I have trouble with is I don't want to listen to the entire meeting because they go on forever. I kind of want to hear when the people speak because I'm a people person and I'm not sure where you guys are from. It sounds like some of you might be for some other entity, but this is a republic. It's for the people. You go ahead and pledge to the flag. It's a republic. It's us that are the ones that you're supposed to listen to. So I would like you to go ahead and bring it back to where we can see the people, give them the respect, and also so that we can scrub through backwards and forward to see where we need to. We shouldn't have to ask anyone else for their videos. And I'm just going to go ahead and end it there. But I am annoyed.
Council President?
Yes.
Can I just ask, I understand there's a lot of emotion. I'm trying to focus on the speakers when they speak. Mr. Bassoff, in my responses to you, you know that that's one of my main concerns. I want to be able to focus on the speakers. Yes, everyone has the opportunity to speak, but the additional comments outside that, I just want to be able to focus on the speaker, if that's okay. Thank you.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Clark.
just point of order, for those who are here, if you'd offer us a courtesy to let us just vote on these resolutions, it'll take 90 seconds, and after that, you can speak on any matter you want. I know it's a courtesy you're giving us, but we're just going to vote on these resolutions and be done, and there'll be no misunderstanding of what you can speak for or not speak for that's on here, unless you have a specific, I'm just throwing it out there. You're just letting us, so we would just take a motion to close the public portion on the resolutions only, if you'd allow us, and in 90 seconds, we would get through this. Is that possible?
He doesn't have to offer you that first.
Yeah, yes.
Patrick Duff, New Jersey resident. The camera angle thing is really important because especially for people who are hearing impaired, they can't see what people are saying. You don't have sign language interpreters. So not only are you taking away the rights of people to see what's happening, you're taking away disabled people's rights to know what's happening. It's funny because the last time you guys had the camera angle, it was one of my favorite meetings I've ever watched. Because Mike came up, or Bongholio came up, and he sang a fantastic song. And it was great. It was entertaining. And then after he did that, you threw him out for just putting a costume mask on. And this is on video, and that's why I think this whole thing has gone there, because the absurdity that you let a man in an 8-foot bong costume sing a song, when then Christo came up and you threw him out for wearing an anonymous mask, when he was already wearing a mask, it just showed the absurdity of who you are as a leader, as a president of the council. To defer and say that this was an administration's choice when you are an independent public body, that is a lie. It's not the administration's choice. You did it. That is a lie. You are the president of this council. You control this body. And if you don't, if the mayor does, could you please tell us where in Robert's rules or where in the government rules that exists? Because I've never heard of such a thing. I've never heard of a mayor being able to control the access to the public's right to view a meeting. Mr. Brescher, is this true? Was it the mayor's choice?
Well, the VA said it was.
We can answer at the end.
Can't hear you.
But think about that, right? So you have a situation where Christo, 2 years ago in 2022, came to this meeting and expressed about a police complaint that the mayor was alleged of rape, of a date rape of a woman nearly twice his age, that was not properly investigated by any law enforcement. And since, Christo's life has been hell. He was charged with several felonies, which some of them he's beat, some of them he still has hanging over his head. And they seem to be all because of him speaking at these meetings. And it's so funny because I said to myself, well, they took the camera angle away, but look at all these cameras. Look at all these people watching now. I said to you when I came up here a couple weeks ago, I said, you didn't want anybody to see it. That's why you took the camera angle, but now thousands of people will be seeing it, and that turned into millions. And so I have to say, please, as a body, number one, you're trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube without actually, apologizing.
Not only did you have me removed physically by the police, you had Ed removed, you had Christo dozens of times, you had Mike removed. So, I mean, there's a lot of apologies that have to go around, and I think that, that could be a start. But the second thing is your resolution that you're trying to, that was 709. You're just admitting that you deleted recordings. It's like a self-admission of guilt. It's like, okay, yeah, we did it. Sorry. But why? And who made that decision? And if that was the mayor again and the administration, isn't there something as a body that you can do to vote some vote of non-confidence for this mayor if he keeps making these decisions? Isn't there something you can do to get your money back for these resolutions that you're rescinding weeks after these attorneys told you they were okay to pass? I mean, how much do you think you paid for those resolutions to be written? I say you need a refund.
Close the public portion on resolutions only.
No. I have one more.
Good evening, council members. Charlie Cradaville from New Brunswick, editor of New Brunswick Today. I just took a peek at the resolution. It says for 708 and 709, both are to take effect immediately. So if they pass tonight, can you confirm that Edison TV is going to show the speakers for the rest of the evening?
I believe they will try to do it immediately, but they will have most probably till next meeting.
My understanding is that it will not be for tonight, it will be for the next
Okay,
meeting.
so
Yeah.
I think my understanding is that it's going to be after the next meeting,
Okay. Well, I think as
One sec, point of order.
it's okay. As
Just point of order. Robert's rules, point of order is called, please. Just, thank you. Just so that we can hear the speaker, I'm just asking people, please, from the gallery, just let us allow the speaker to speak so that we can address any concerns, questions, grievances, etc. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I do want to note, as a prior speaker pointed out, the equipment is installed already. It's in the room. It appears to be operational. And so I would ask that Edison TV use it and show the speaker for the rest of the evening once this resolution is adopted. Will you agree with me that that's the right thing to do?
Yes, if we pass the resolution, it should be done immediately, but I don't know what the technicality is, so I can't really force that.
And on the other one, and maybe you could give an update once you pass the resolution. That you could ask them to do it right away, and if there's a problem, you can explain it. But on the other one, I wanted to confirm how quickly Edison TV is going to be able to restore the deleted recordings.
I will get you to after the public portion is closed.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just close by saying I appreciate everybody who came here to stick up for transparency, because that's truly an American value, and I think that these meetings are better when there's full transparency. So this is a step towards that. Unfortunately, it just gets us back to where we were before. But I hope you'll all vote yes for these. I thank you for introducing them, and I do also want to just say I was also displeased that the line out front prevented many of us from witnessing the first speaker or two, because the council started the meeting with a long line waiting to get in, and I don't think that was appropriate. I hope that you'll coordinate in the future to make sure the meetings don't get started until the people who showed up are let in, because it's really wrong to make folks wait in the rain, and then by the time they get in, they've already missed part of the meeting. That's just not right. People took time out of their day to be here. You should respect their time, and did not like that part of this hearing. But thank you for putting these resolutions on. I hope everyone votes yes.
Council President, motion to close the public portion on resolutions only.
Okay, motion to close the public portion. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's second by Council.
Point of order.
You want to speak on the resolution, sir? Yes.
Real quick, I know half of you, but anyhow,
It's just name and address, sir.
Joseph Connolly, 52 Dalton Place, Edison. I lived here about 50 some odd years.
You're recognized.
I would like to see you reduce by at least $50 or $100 a month our taxes for veterans.
Unfortunately, we can talk about that on section 8. We're still on section 6. So
I'm pushing it.
Just give us 5 minutes. We're going to be done with the
Patel,
resolution.
I'm pushing it.
Yeah, we're going to be done with the resolution portion.
Give us help. We gave all of you help. All of you. And probably 90% of the people in here. And all we did was got kicked in the ass when we got home. And you don't know how it felt. I and at least 200 people in this township that we do get together at least once a year, we cry. We got really shit upon, excuse my language, but nobody respected for what we did for you. What are you gonna do for us? Thank you. Mr. Patel, I love you. For many reasons, you're doing good, but you can do better.
All right. Can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion.
May I have a second? All right, motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Coyle. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, anybody would like to pull anything for a separate vote?
Council President?
Yes.
Just out of courtesy, Ms. Ship Freeman had asked about the health.
Yes, the questions. Yeah, let's finish the questions and answers. Go ahead, Councilman Pointer.
The health shared service, to my understanding from Monday's meeting, is that the term is for a one-year contract. The business administrator could just confirm that.
Yes, and however, what I mentioned as well is that during that interim, the health director is going for the exam, and my conversations with the county is that once that's been obtained, we can certainly give them notice, and it may be actually terminated prior to the end of the year.
Thank you. If I can just address the question about how long it would take to upload the videos, it's kind of impossible for us to know that because different videos have different file sizes based on actual length. You have the actual bandwidth of whatever server you're using to upload it. So if they were removed from any platform, the re-uploading of it versus a removal is a much more time-consuming process, I would say. So I don't want to mislead anyone and say, hey, we'll have it by X date, because I personally do not know.
I think it's fair to say it should be up before the next meeting. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. In terms of the questions of 708 and 709, we don't control the activities of Edison TV. We do not. We are the legislative body. We do have control over the rules that are set, but in terms of how the Edison TV is run, it's not really up to us, and that is why we have these resolutions on here to essentially let the administration know that this is what we want and this is what we intend for this council. Councilman Prescher.
Well, yes, I was going to say, it was stated at a prior meeting that the administration, they decided that they were trying different camera angles. I think that was 3-4 weeks ago. I know, I actually thought it was a genuine answer until it just stayed the same way, and they didn't try any other angles. I did put a request in today to the business administrator, council president, and I think council vice president, if I'm mistaken, correct me, to please ask, being that because it was raining, and I heard that we had a lot of veterans coming, if there was a way possible that we could open up the downstairs of the building and open up the breezeway, because I figured that would give everybody at least cover so they didn't have to stand out in the rain. I got here today, I couldn't get into the building myself. Okay, when they finally let me in, they told me that they were instructed to wait until 6:45. I was kind of appalled, kind of shocked. But what the public should look at, and the news really look at, is the flag that got brought up here. I know the flag is a major point. It's something that ignited a fire. But if you look what they've done with the camera angles, taking away your minutes to speak, muting residents when they talk. When residents disagree, they seem to be targeted through law enforcement. You know, all of this has just happened under this administration. Prior to this administration, the gentleman in front of me, Christo, was at all our meetings. These meetings never devolved like they are now. The difference, like I said over and over again, is the current mayor that we have. I mean, we did change law firms, but to me, I don't know, law firm's a law firm. You know, but they take their instructions from the mayor. Everybody here takes the instructions from the mayor. I said our police department refused to throw out a resident at a meeting while he was being called disruptive at a Board of Education meeting because the officer determined that he was not disruptive. Yet here, a gavel hits and it's remove them. Same officers. Our officers are the same people, but they're taking their orders through the same people. We have the same chief that was here as before, but we have a new police director. So I keep on going back to the same thing. The problem is not this meeting. The problem is not the residents. The problem isn't our staff that works here. The problem here is the mayor of Edison, okay? And that's where all of this comes, it all comes back. We should be paying attention to what we should do as a council, not stifling the public, not stopping your speaking. We should be listening to you all the time. We should be looking to try and make the town affordable, lower taxes, clean up our crime. These are the things that we should be doing as a governing body, not stifling the public. As most of the public knows, when the public comes to me and you ask for something, I vote in your favor every time. And there are other council people up here and we do the same thing. We've always stood up for the public. So there are some of us, but the orders come from the top. If the top does not change, we're going to have this going on for the entire next year. Unfortunately, we do have that. He has a 4-year term, so we do have another year of this. But this has been going on for 3 years now. So I apologize to the public. While I might not have, transgressed over your rights, I'm part of a body that has. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm part of that, but unfortunately I am, and I'm not going to resign, and I'm not going to give up my seat to allow them to continue to do this to your rights. I'll stand up for you each and every day. Thank you, Council President.
On record, anybody else that would like to speak? On the ordinance? Yeah, I would like to pull resolution 693. 693? Yeah, for the separate vote. Yep. Anything else? And the resolution 688, because I have some questions on that as well. And 688?
688 and 693.
Okay. Anybody else that would like to pull anything for a separate vote? All right, so the consent agenda is 687, 689 through 692, and then 694 through 706, and then 708 and 709. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion to approve. May I have a second?
No.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Patel, second by Council Vice President. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Councilman Patel.
Resolution 688, and a quick question to administration, and I think we have the finance, oh, she's not here. This tax sales, I think something went wrong this time. Residents were able to pay online, even though their property is on tax sale. And I personally reached out to over 100 residents,
informing them that their property is in tax sale because of either missing tax payment or sewer bill or water bill. And some of them, they paid online, but yet it was in a tax sale. So they ended up coming here, taking the refund and paying it back. It is really inconvenience. So even though I'm supporting this resolution, going forward, we need to take care of those type of situation and either disable the online payment for the properties which are on tax sale, because those residents are supposed to come in person and give the cashier check or cash in order to take their property out from the tax sale. So if you can please correct that situation.
Yes, and just to clarify that, there was a clerical error with those bills. It was the water bills. Anyone that may have had any issues because of the cutoff, then you wouldn't be able to pay them online. However, we did field those calls as well, and we sent out letters to about 1,600 people. Unfortunately, we did correct that error, and we apologize sincerely.
No worries.
Thank you.
Okay. And I can move the motion to approve the resolution 688 if you'd like to go that route. So let's do that. Yep. So motion to approve. May I have a second?
Second.
It's a motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. And now on to 693. Just wanted to double confirm, this is 1 year, provided that one year may not be necessary if the health director gets the license in time.
Correct. They are qualified as of March with their 2-year mark. The test is in June.
Perfect, thank you. And the other comment is, as we look at the multiple shared services, this is very high time. We are in the month of December. There will be new Board of Education, which has over $350 million budget. I think we should look at every single opportunity to collaborate and have those shared services enabled with them. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. May I get a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
And may I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilman Pointer. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Okay. Now moving on to the oral petition and remarks, and this is the portion that anybody can speak to anybody they choose. There is a list starting with Leroy Truth.
Hello, everyone. Good evening to the council members.
Name and address, just.
I am Leroy Truth of Leroy Truth Investigations. Subscribe to me on YouTube and on Facebook.
You're recognized.
Good evening to the council members, the audience here tonight, the coward Mayor Sam Joshi, who is too afraid to be here to face we the people and all those watching at home. My name is Leroy Truth of Leroy Truth Investigations on both YouTube and Facebook, as I shared. I'm dedicated to exposing corruption, seeking justice, and amplifying the voices of those who have been silenced. Tonight, I am here to address allegations of a deeply disturbing nature involving Mayor Sam Joshi of Edison, New Jersey. I also want to once again acknowledge the relentless and fearless work of this man right in front of me, Christel Makropolis, the owner of Jersey Watcher YouTube channel. Please subscribe to him as well. That's why we're here. He's been relentlessly fighting this and exposing corruption for years now. Before I proceed, let me make this perfectly clear. Every man is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I am not here to convict Mayor Sam Joshi. I am here to bring attention to allegations shared with me directly by a woman who claims she was anally raped by Mayor Sam Joshi. And I've interviewed her, and the interview is on my YouTube channel from 2 days ago. Her complete story in her own words. This rape survivor filed a police report, but no investigation was ever conducted. I was told that the Middlesex County prosecutor even met with Mayor Sam Joshi in a diner, an apparent attempt to ensure this matter would be buried rather than addressed. Mayor Sam Joshi, you see, is in the protected class. In desperation, the survivor turned to Councilman Richard Brescher for help. He met with her for over 3 hours. He attempted to get her justice, even going as far as contacting the New Jersey Attorney General, Matt Platkin. Yet the Attorney General also refused to investigate, perpetuating the cover-up. This is 1,000,000% unacceptable. 2 days ago, I stood here and demanded to all of you council members an immediate investigation into these allegations of rape against Mayor Joshi. You failed to act. You forced me to come back here tonight to reiterate what should already be clear. The council, the entire council, except for Councilman Brescher, has chosen to protect Mayor Sam Joshi and enable his alleged actions rather than stand with the survivor and demand justice. Now, let me begin with a very basic question to all the council members. This is rooted in human decency and morality. By a show of hands, how many of you agree that it is wrong for a man to rape a woman in Edison, New Jersey? Show of hands. Richard Brescher, councilman, is the only one. John Pointer. Patel. Look at.
What?
All right. Next question. Next question. Next question. By a show of hands, I have another question here. Hold on, another question. By a show of hands, how many of you will support an immediate investigation into the alleged rape allegations made against Mayor Sam Joshi?
2 out of 10.
2. So that means the others support rape.
This is ridiculous. Are they allowed to ask questions?
And by the way, next question. Next question. For 4 years now, not one of you except Councilman Richard Brescher agrees or cares about this woman's allegations of rape against Mayor Sam Joshi. So I will ask you a question more personally, because it's been 4 years, nothing has been done. I'm going to ask a question more personally. So I'm going to ask this, let's see. Would it be acceptable, Councilman A.J. Patel, if you had a very close family friend who came to visit you in this building? Mr. Patel, I'll give you a moment to imagine one of those friends, female friend. Imagine this, Councilman. That close female friend found herself all alone with Mayor Sam Joshi in the lunchroom in this municipal building. Mayor Sam Joshi sees her and offers her some cups of tea that were prepared for her by a person who will remain unnamed. She gets very sick. She starts vomiting uncontrollably. Suddenly, inexplicably, without warning, she finds Mayor Sam Joshi's penis inside of her without consent.
All right.
He is rough and coarse and robotic as he has his way with her. Would that be acceptable? Would you protect him then, A.J. Patel? She eventually goes to your house after it happened. She comes into your house and she asks you, hey, AJ, how was your day? It was awesome, you say. I violated 200 Edison residents' constitutional rights today. I'm so happy. Oh, that's nice, honey. You ask your female friend, how was your day? Oh, boy, it was great. I was anally raped by Mayor Sam Joshi. Oh, that's nice, honey, you say. Congratulations. Will you be pressing charges against him? Oh, no. That would make Mayor Sam Joshi and the political machine of New Jersey look bad, and I wouldn't want that to happen. I can't see the timer. You continue, hey, honey, your sister's free tomorrow. Maybe Mayor Sam Joshi can rape her too. And you reply, we can only hope. So once again, I demand an immediate investigation be opened at the end of this meeting, investigating the rape allegations against Mayor Joshi. And everyone watch my video of the rape survivor. It is on my YouTube channel just 1 or 2 videos ago. And she says it with her own words with
Thank you.
Councilman
Mr.
Drescher
Leary,
as
your
well.
time's up. Crystal?
Thank you. Protect all women.
But nobody up there agreed.
Crystal, you're next.
That's the name they gave me, boss. Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
One at a time, guys.
Thank you. My fellow citizens, we are gathered here not only as a community, but as a society that values justice, dignity, and integrity. Unfortunately, these core values have been called into question by the disturbing allegations against our mayor, Sam Joshi. The recent revelations of sexual assault are deeply troubling and demand our immediate and unwavering attention. Sexual assault is a grave violation of human rights, and it leaves lasting scars on victims, their families, and communities. These are not just accusations, but serious charges that must be treated with the gravity they deserve. We are a community built on trust. We trust our leaders to serve us with honesty, respect, and accountability. Mayor Joshi's position of power and influence should have been a testament to that trust. But now his actions, whether proven true or false, have undermined the very essence of leadership. Sexual assault is never just a personal matter. It is a public concern. The people of the city deserve to feel safe and confident in its leaders, and he's the public safety director that they have elected. They deserve to know that their elected officials will not exploit their power nor engage in actions that degrade the dignity of others. As citizens, we have an obligation to stand up for the victims and ensure that their voices are heard, not silenced by the weight of power. We must take a stand and make it clear that no individual, regardless of position or title, is above the law. In light of these serious allegations, we call for the immediate resignation of Mayor Sam Joshi. His continued presence in our office serves only to further tarnish the reputation of our city and our police department and erode the trust that we, the people, place in our leaders. It is time for him to step down for the sake of justice, for the sake of our city, and for the sake of every person who believes that their safety and dignity should never be compromised. We demand accountability, we demand justice, and most importantly, we demand leadership that is beyond reproach. Oh, 4 minutes left. Through the chair to Councilman Brescher, are we going to call a no confidence vote on the mayor? No, he always answers. Make sure we call a no confidence vote on the mayor. Anybody who doesn't call a no confidence vote on the mayor is just enabling this. You understand? Your silence brings more violence. And if you're silent today, and 3 weeks from now another woman gets
represent us.
and 3 weeks from now another woman gets raped, it won't just be the mayor's fault or the police's fault. It's going to be your fault because you didn't take the no confidence vote at that moment in time.
Raise your hand.
How many of you are going to raise a no confidence vote right now on Mayor Sam Joshi? At the meeting 2 days ago, through the chair to Councilman Brescher, when I went home that last meeting, I thought I was going to be very excited that I finally got the news that I've been waiting for all my life, that this town spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to turn my life upside down. And I really thought I was going to be happy, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I wasn't able to eat. And even without being able to eat, I just couldn't stop throwing up.
You gotta make what they're making.
I couldn't stop throwing up. So you guys have traumatized me. I can't even enjoy all of this. In fact, I can't stop having a panic attack since you idiots went viral across the nation. And that's Councilman Patel's fault and the 4 people that voted for the nonsense. When I watched that woman on Leroy Truth YouTube channel, like and subscribe and share, when I was listening to the victim, and she's describing she took some drinks and she was passed out on the guy's bed. She didn't understand what was going on. That's date rape. Are you aware in the state of New Jersey, if you're on some kind of drugs or drinking, you're not able to give the consent? He wasn't given the consent. That's rape. Why isn't the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, why are they too busy harassing me? Why did Judge Heitman from North Brunswick hijack my cases on the Superior Court level with the Superior Court Prosecutor, Alexander Batty? They hijacked all my municipal cases. Why? Why? Every time one of my cases is about to be dismissed, they freeze it and they send it back to the county. Are you aware about that? Well, these people, they had me arrested 8 days in jail while I recorded a predator catcher catching a predator on his YouTube channel, much like Chris Hansen to Catch a Predator. They caught and released the child predators. They caught and released the predator catcher, yet me, the cameraman, who doesn't even say a word, is in jail for 8 days. The newspapers claim I criminally restrained the child predator, which was never true. You guys maliciously falsified a police report, fabricated it in order to maliciously prosecute me, both in which those are federal crimes. Conspiracy to deprive me of my rights. 2 years I couldn't use social media, post videos, and generate an income while my mom was sick, dying of cancer. If I try to get a job now, applying, no matter what warehouse I apply, they all say no. And now I know why, because I got the background report back. And all the pending charges, they just look bad. No one's willing to hire me. I'm gonna lose that by the time I beat these cases, I'm already gonna lose everything. I'm gonna be out on the street. And that's what they wanted. That's what these people wanted. And Councilman Brescher, talk about the $100,000 that was spent to destroy my life, to ruin my life. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you. Vincent Caputo.
All right, I want to address this council regarding the
Name and
flag
address,
ban.
sir.
No, thank you. I want to address this council regarding the flag ban and the ongoing inconsistency in enforcing the rules. The town attorney recently stated that props in the last meeting were allowed unless they weren't allowed unless they were causing a disturbance. But what defines a disturbance? Isn't it completely subjective? Well, an example of throwing a prop being disruptive is clear, it's not enough. This lack of clarity opens the door for arbitrary enforcement and undermines the public trust. We need concrete examples of what qualifies as a disturbance to prevent unnecessary conflicts. At the previous meeting, you claimed that the American flag and the Constitution were not props, but yet Joel Bassoff was still removed for holding the flag. Have you rewatched the video? This council needs to explain why the rules seem to change week to week, day to day. For example, Christo, Jersey Watcher, like and subscribe, wore a mask the last meeting, and then he put on an anonymous mask, something that you enforced before, and suddenly now it's acceptable. This lack of consistency confuses the public and creates the appearance of selective enforcement and favoritism towards the regular public. We ask the council to make a motion to repeal the prop ban, which you've already done. Thank you. Council President Nish Patel, why do you keep looking at the attorney whenever the public does something you don't like? You've done it like 100 times tonight. Are you seeking approval to silence them or remove them? It's clear that you as the council president is losing control of the narrative. But let me remind you, it's not your way, it's our way. You'll realize that very soon in the next election, along with Mayor Sam Joshi. Let me ask you, if I wore a costume, would that not be my right to freedom of expression? If I held a sign that says, Nish Patel sucks off Sam Joshi to emphasize that you do everything he says, is that allowed? Can I curse and say Nish Patel and Sam Joshi are fucking idiots who don't know how to run the town of Edison or this meeting? These examples may be extreme, but highlight the rules and the selective nature of enforcement. Without clear guidelines, who decides what is acceptable and what is not? The council, the attorney? It seems like the decisions are being made based on personal feelings rather than established standards. Get your act together. Where's the other town attorney, Mike Burns? He wasn't present at the last meeting, and he isn't present here tonight. Transparency is critical, and the public deserves to know legal interpretations and why he felt he had the authority to silence us at our own meetings. You should have let the people speak. I'm sure the lawsuits are piling in. And how much money did we spend on Christo? $100,000 to try to silence him? That is insane. As I said in the last meeting, you are the laughingstock of America, even after your damage control in the last meeting. I would also like to request that the council propose a motion to restore the public speaking time from 4 minutes back to 6 minutes. Cutting our time wasn't about efficiency. This council messed with efficiency. Look at how many people are here. It's about silencing Christo and the public's voices you didn't want to hear. I'm asking you to propose a motion to get our public speaking time back. Before I can conclude, I want to take a moment to thank Councilman Brescher. He stands out for what is right and for what some might consider not normal conduct, but mostly for what's within the bounds of the law. He listens to the public and he takes time to understand our concerns. His dedication to fairness and transparency is something we should all appreciate. For that, I want to say thank you, Councilman Brescher. And are you going to be running for mayor? Russell, running for mayor to make America great again. Are you going to do that? Are you going to do it? So I also wanted to say, Russell, we love the hat. Where are you? There we are. Russell, I love the hat. Are they for sale? All right. Where can the public get them? All right. To everyone watching, please understand that this is bigger than the flag or a mask. It's about accountability and consistency and democracy. We demand better, and we will hold this council accountable until changes are made, because we are the people. That's all I got to say.
Christian Booth.
Hello, my name is Christian Booth.
You're recognized.
And I'm from the state of Pennsylvania, and I am sick and tired of our flag, not being able to show the American flag or any flag from any country. I don't care what flag it is. We have a First Amendment right to free speech. And I really don't feel like our Constitution is being enforced. If we could just write all kinds of ordinances that cancel out the Constitution, what is the Constitution? Why do we even have it? We really need to get back to the founding era rules that we had. The First Amendment's right to free speech, the freedom of expression, and the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I see this state of New Jersey infringing upon my right to keep and bear arms, carry them, and whatever rights there are. Even the Fourth Amendment, Mar-a-Lago got raided. It is completely unacceptable the way our government is acting here in this town and all throughout the United States. And I don't want to become Venezuela, Russia, China. We should be able to keep our constitutional rights. The right to travel, it's under the 9th Amendment. I can't come in this state with a firearm because, simply put, the permit is too expensive. I have a Pennsylvania license to carry, and I have 2 other ones too. But this state literally prices me out of that right to carry. So I am sick and tired of possibly becoming a felon while being in the state of New Jersey. And so is there any way that we can try to fight for people's Second Amendment? New Jersey has a governor's race coming up very, very soon, 2025. And we need to vote straight line Republican, because I can tell you, we have red flag laws. We have a 10-round magazine limit. We have, you have to have a permit, which, again, it's so expensive to get. It's hundreds of dollars for me to get a permit. In Pennsylvania, it's $20 and no classes needed. And so I want to see better gun laws, and I want to see the cops of Edison actually enforce the Second Amendment. If New Jersey's going to infringe upon that, we should be able to have the right to carry. It shouldn't matter if it's 10 rounds, 20 rounds, whatever number we can name, even 100 rounds. The Second Amendment's clear text. It shall not be infringed. That's pretty clear. And we are getting that right infringed upon. Like I said, I can't travel with my firearm. because this state does not reciprocate with any of the 3 permits I have. And so I want to see this town speak with the mayor, speak with the governor, and speak with, quite frankly, any Democratic leader to restore our gun rights. I hunt in Pennsylvania. I fish. And I love being an outdoorsman. You know, it's something that gets me out of the house, quite frankly, which is really good. That's what we need to do. And so I want to see the right to travel come back. I want to see my Constitution be enforced. You know, and any ordinance that is put up that, quite frankly, goes against the Constitution, I mean, that ordinance should be repealed immediately. It has consequences, you know, for people like me. Yep. And so I want to see this township of Edison, which has so great of history, they might have came up with the light bulb even. I mean, that is an incredible invention. I love the light bulb. You know, we have light bulbs all around us right now. And so without this township, we can't have this meeting right now. You know, it'd be too dark. And so I want to see this town be the shining light of the sea. I want to see our time to speak come back to 6 minutes like it was. You know, I think it's so disgraceful that I'm almost out of time right now. You know, it's crazy. We the people do not control, you know, our government anymore. It is so disgraceful. I am so mad at my government. So anybody that lives in the town of Edison, please vote straight Republican. Thank you.
Who was after Lefty Grimes? I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I'm Edward Lefty Grimes. I'm with sativacross.org. We're a 501c3.
You're recognized.
501c3 here in New Jersey, fighting for cannabis patients' rights and the rights of the disabled. Mike and Steve were recently arrested in Lavalette, and they were arrested for filming the council meeting. Lavalette spent $18,000 to prosecute them with a prosecutor from Pennsylvania. And they represented themselves pro se, and they won because they were in the right. They have a right to record public meetings, and the town doubled down on their ignorance, kind of like what you guys did. You guys were set up. We could have just said to you, shoes untied. Ha ha, I made you look, but we went a little deeper than that, and you guys really went all in on this ignorance. And I've never seen it such, but you know what? That really makes my day is that I've never felt more American than I have today. Because you got Democrats and Republicans all coming together. The only time Democrats and Republicans ever come together is for the raises and for the money. But today we all came together for the flag, for the First Amendment, for our rights, for our God-given rights. And I really appreciate everyone out here for coming out here. I love all of you. I'm making a lot of friends here. This is amazing. It really is. And one of the things I saw before that really upsets me was the wheelchair stuff. I brought it up before. I'm going to bring it up again because that's what we do. We fight for disability rights. And I was amazed because Marina has a prosthetic leg, and she had to walk up that 50-foot ramp with her prosthetic leg with one leg. No rails. There's no rails. It wasn't thought out. There was no thought to disabled people when they made the change. When Joshi and the business administrator made the change to block our handicap entrance with cars and barricades, I asked to go in that way. They wouldn't let me in that way. It would have been easier to let me in that way. I was getting soaked with rain. on my electric wheelchair, which will blow up. This thing will literally spin in a circle and blow up if it gets soaked. And I was in the rain asking them if I can come in. They said, can we give you a couple of inches more? I got a couple of inches more, and I appreciate that. They were doing their job. But they got bad orders from upstairs again. From Mayor Mayor Joshi. We really have to listen about Mayor Joshi's penis for the next 6 months? It keeps popping up, and I'm sick of it. Mayor Joshi's penis has brought the town of Edison to its knees. That's not good. Sorry. You know, I'm going to make jokes for the next 6 months about his penis, but this is very serious because we have a victim here, and I was also a victim. I was a victim of abuse growing up, emotional, sexual, physical, so I get it. The way I fight with it and the way I fight bullies is I'll smack you in the head if you're a bully. I'll come right after you. You guys bully Crisco, it ain't going to happen no more because I don't like bullies. And I will always support someone who's being bullied and victimized. And he was victimized for years. We should have came much earlier. Cristo, I'm sorry we didn't come here years ago because I didn't know. I was ignorant to a lot of stuff that was going on with you. And I'm still finding out more stuff that went on with you. More. There's if you did a deep dive on Cristo, years of abuse from this council. It's like, whoa. He's a great guy. His lifestyle was taken away. His ability to make money was taken away. They screwed him over. And he's fighting for the right cause now. And I have hope for this council. I have hope for this council because you guys want to engage with us now, and I appreciate that. And there is no growth without life. I'm sorry, there's no life without growth. I just got it right. There's no life without growth. And I believe a lot of you grew a lot today. And I think we all grew today because this has been a really great council meeting. Me and Mikey said this. We've been to hundreds of council meetings, and we've done a lot of changes in this country and in the state. And this has been one of the major ones that I'll always remember. This is it really touched my heart seeing how everyone came together and fought for the flag, fought for their rights, fought for the First Amendment. These are things that we hold dearly to our hearts. And people have died for those rights. You got people here, disabled vets that have died. You wouldn't have a council if it wasn't for disabled vets fighting for your right to be ignorant or ableist or whatever you are. And you know, we need to do better with our disabled people, our disabled vets, and we need to fight the good fight. Our next speaker is a man named Pat Duff. We call him the Mayor Slayer. He's got about 5 or 6 mayors to give up their positions by basically being a pain in their ass. And he's amazing. He's an amazing human being. He's fought the good fight for a long time. He fought for Martin Luther King's house in Camden. He's still fighting other towns. He fought cancer and beat it. And that was his biggest battle, fighting cancer and beat it. Where's Pat Duff? Is he here? Pat Duff, I want to present you. Sativa Cross has a 2024 Person of Excellence Awards that we'd like to give to Pat Duff, and this is well deserved and and this is for you, sir. I really appreciate your work. And that's your next speaker, Pat Duff.
All right, Pat Duff.
Can I hold this up? Mr. Attorney, is this a prop? I wrote a book, Rabble Rouser Rising. It's actually titled The Mayor Slayer. Delran Mayor just got beat in an election. I know he cheated as hard as he could, and he still got beat. It was so beautiful. They kind of did what you guys did, where they made the voting machines in Burlington County not work as well, especially in certain towns. They only put a couple voting machines out there. But the people of Delran, New Jersey, stood out until 1:30 in the morning to get that sucker out of office. And it's the same thing that the people of Edison need to do to get this scumbag Sam Joshi out of office. Anybody that has multiple rape allegations against him, I think there should be something investigated with that. So really the one reason why I come to towns, and I'll tell you why I do this, why I go to other towns and help people in other towns, is because bullies that live in these towns are only kings within these borders. You can't do nothing to me in my town. I have tamed my mayor. I have tamed my police in the sense that they know I'm a good citizen. To attack Christo and spend $100,000 trying to investigate him and lock him up, and you haven't even done so yet, I mean, just think about that. I mean, this council at this point, what's interesting is it seems like you're deferring a lot to the mayor, but these decisions, you know, the vote on these bills were made by most of the people up here. When you voted to ban props, it wasn't because of anything other than I brought a puppet up here and did a Phil Murphy impersonation and embarrassed you. You know, it's interesting because that's what the court jester used to do, right? The court jester was the only one that can come and make fun of the king, and he would do so in these political rants and little pushes here and there. But every now and then, the court jester found himself being hung, right? So that's Christo. He came here and embarrassed this council for many years, and he found himself as a firing squad. But now he's got backup. And oh my God, you guys want to rescind everything and take everything back and walk everything back. I don't think you're going to be able to walk this one back. Yeah, it's interesting because I often, when I come to council meetings, I try to tell the council people that the decisions you make today will be the decisions in 5 or 10 years that come back to bite you in the ass, right? These poor decisions, taking away constitutional rights. Well, you're going to be somebody sitting out here and you're going to be a citizen of this township. And you're going to think, God damn it, I'm the one that passed that ordinance. I'm the one that took my own freedom away. You need to think about your families. Think about the future generations that come. You know, when you're putting resolutions, I often think that lawmakers should be what I refer to as not lawmakers, but lawbreakers. Just take away laws. Most of the laws are junk that we have in our society, and you keep making more. So in the sense of resolutions, you know, like I said, a resolution to a vote of disqualification or non-confidence of the mayor should be had tonight. Those cameras should be back with, hey, at the Edison TV, can you put the camera angles on us? Do you have the ability to do that, please? Could you just answer? You don't have the ability to do it. You're saying you can't hear me?
Sir, address me, please.
Well, I want to know, does he have the ability to put the camera back on us? Because you voted to allow the cameras to be back on the citizens, and I just want to see if we can make that happen as Mr. Cradaville asked for, but nobody seemed to listen. Can somebody ask him if he can do it? I'll wait. So, because I'm looking at the cameras. These cameras, I'm telling you, you guys probably spent 30, 40 grand on your camera system, and you have it focused on nothing except for you? Yeah, I know. I could see that. You could see they can move, but none of them are moving. And what the hell are all there's like 30 police officers here. Why? Why? What's going on here? Does anybody here plan on doing anything violent? Are you guys getting paid overtime for this? Think about that. How much do police in this town make? What's the average cost? Probably like 120? 100, let's say. So you got 25 officers here. I would say you probably spent like 7, 8, 9 grand on just cops for a couple hours. Think about that. Think about that. Is there crime in Edison?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know. I've never really been here. I came from an hour and a half away. I found this important enough to come from an hour and a half away to stick up for Christo. You know what's interesting is when I first met Christo, I was like, that guy's a little odd, right? I was like, he's a little odd. I actually thought that he might have some sort of autism. We talked about that, and he said, well, he doesn't know, but he might be on the spectrum. And I think what's happening here, just like he said, is you realize that you had somebody that you could pick on. And you did it to the point you couldn't do it no more. To the point you almost broke this man, put him in prison. You put him in jail for 8 days for being a video man listen, just think about all that's been done, right? And think about the fact that all these people are here because of that, right? So the best thing to do from now on would be just to let everybody speak and find yourselves with an apology in your mouth for that young man. And where's the rest of my prop here? Thank you very much.
Bong Julio.
Okay, so first thing I have here is a sign that says fire burns. It's double meaning because fire does burn. So we want to fire burn is what we want to do. Now I would like for the people at home to see this, but last time I took a couple, well, the podium used to be there. You removed it farther away from the dais. I don't know if that's a security risk, but the members of the public are the only ones who have to fear about security risks. So what I did last time was I walked in front here and I turned around so everybody could see me in my Bong costume. And what you did, Mr. Patel, was you told me immediately I had to be removed. Then Michael Burns said, we can't do that. There's supposed to be a warning first. So as everybody surrounded me, as all the cops surrounded me and stuff like that, I lost time away from my time. And you tried to remove me. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take a couple steps. I'm going to show everybody at home with this brilliant camera system that's not even being utilized. I'm going to walk up here, I'm going to turn around, and I'm going to show everybody my sign. Last time I was removed for that. I was wearing a 9-foot Bong costume, and this is a little replica of it so everybody can see this at home. I am Bong Julio. I've been to over 100 council meetings dressed as a Bong, fighting for cannabis patients' rights, fighting for disability rights, fighting for freedom, fighting for social justice. I came here in April for the first time to show support to Christo. That's why I'm here again, to support Christo, to support freedom, to support the First Amendment. And I also want to thank the veteran over here. Now he's not in the room, and I want to thank every other veteran that's in this room. Thank you for your service. We wouldn't have these freedoms without you. Since you mentioned the thing about Lavalette, Lefty, let me piggyback off that. I went to, like I said, almost 100 council meetings probably dressed as Bong Julio. I never had a town tell me no, except for when we went to Lavalette in 2019, and they realized that they were about to be on film and humiliated and mocked. So Mayor LaCicero, who gave the unconstitutional directive to have me arrested, I was arrested by his son, who was the sergeant, and the other son was the chief. So I was arrested by a whole family for a common law right. Torres versus Pine Hill guarantees us a common law right to film these meetings. But they said no. So when I went back there, I got arrested illegally. I was there to talk about the lack of beach mats for the handicapped, for the disabled, to be able to go onto the beach. And I was arrested for that. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You really can't. So you're the only town that banned costumes. You banned Bong Julio. Bong Julio would be here tonight, but the problem is when it's raining, I can't get him wet. He's like the Wicked Witch. He melts in the rain. But I drive with him on top of my car, so he couldn't get wet. I couldn't risk that. That would be a health hazard for Bong Julio. So when you ban Bong Julio, it doesn't work out for you in the end. You wind up losing. It ends in lawsuits, and you guys lose. That's what happens. All right? So you will never ban the creative arts. You will never ban creative expression. You will never ban Bong Julio. And when Bong Julio comes to meetings, he likes to sing. So we're going to sing a song. All right? You will never ban creative expression. You may try, but you look ignorant in the process of doing it. So let's just pull this up here. My phone is really slow. Banning costumes. Get the hell out of here. Banning performances. What is your performance as council president? It's garbage, but it's a performance. I'm in Edison tonight, 'cause something has come to light. It's been brought to my attention you guys are doing nothing that I like, except for Brescher and Harris, and I suppose Patil, I guess. The three of you are my homies, but the rest of you are complete phonies. Last time I was here in an 8-foot bomb, and I sang you all a real nice song, and underneath it I had nothing on. You see, I wasn't wearing any pants. You could look at my bong, you would see my ass. Was thinking that you would make me take it off, then I would be naked. Then I promote my OnlyFans, hopefully get some more subscriptions. If you're looking for a good time, I only charge for a month $9.99. For less than $10, you'll get access to pictures of my penis. And if you tip with a special request, I might bend over and show you my ass. Men and women have fought for our rights to be as friggin' impolite as we like. That's the whole way all this works. You complete silly jerks. Hopefully you've got a good memory, because I want you to remember me. Just like Scott, he killed Lacey. You've made tragic history. And you're on the wrong side of the line, and for you it seems perfectly fine. You don't seem to have a problem with the fact that you're sucking Sam Joshi's dick, and you're throwing people out of the room as they express their First Amendment. Dude, come on, what the hell, Patel?
All right. Marina, please.
Yeah, hi. I want to talk about your lack of accessibility in Edison.
Name and address, please.
Yes, hi. I want to talk about your lack of accessibility coming to Edison. The ramp is horrible. It's steep. There's no railings. I'm sorry. I'm very nervous. Thank you. The accessibility is horrible for all. The elderly, the disabled. Look, I don't have a leg. Do you need a doctor's note? No, I'm asking seriously. For the veterans, not all disabilities are seen. Some are hidden. It's very steep going up that ramp. There's no railings. The lighting is horrible. If you are visually impaired, it is not good. 1% to 3% of people use a cane, so you can't say who's visually impaired and who's not. Does anybody know July 26, 1990? Is the lawyer here? You know what that date is, right? You being a lawyer for the town? July 26, 1990 is when the ADA came in effect. That's when the disabled, you don't know that law. Very sad. Very sad all of you don't know that. I suggest you guys watch a movie called Crip Camp. It's a documentary on the disabled and how we're still advocating for our rights, how we're still doing stuff, and how we're still getting screwed over by everybody. Menlo Park Mall, that's in Edison, right? One side has a ramp. The other side has steps. So you have to go back and forth. If you're in a push wheelchair and if you're having a bad day, what do? You go back and forth? Why wasn't that taken care of? July 26, 1990. That's over 30 years, right? Why wasn't that taken care of? Can anyone answer that for me? That's a mall where disabled people should have the right. What about Zoom access? You guys have Zoom access for everyone? Nope, no Zoom access. A couple of times the light flickered. That wasn't good. They could have traumatized somebody with PTSD. That could have made somebody have a seizure. That could have made somebody not have a good day by ending up in the hospital. Why did you take away Zoom access? For 19 months, I believe, it was Zoom access for all. And then you took it away because you don't want to hear from the disabled. You don't want to hear from the veterans. You don't want to hear from the elderly. Oh, take Zoom, take Lyft. No, That costs money. You really think someone's going to want to put his powered wheelchair in the back of a Zoom, vehicle? Do you think someone's going to want to help this gentleman in a wheelchair, in an Uber or Lyft? You know what they do? They pass us by. And if you have a medical dog, a service dog, or a dog for the visually impaired, what do? Oh, they cancel the ride. Are you guys going to do anything to help the disabled, especially with Zoom? What is that going to be brought up next? Can anyone answer me? Are you still against Zoom access for all? Yep. Anyone? Raise your hand if you're against Zoom access.
We're going to be answering all the questions at the end.
Yeah, whatever. It's so sad how you guys don't care about the disabled. Remember, we can vote. Or do you want to take that vote away from us? You want to take that right away from us, from voting? You know, they were saying about the Edison Expo. That's also horrible. The parking lot is disgusting. You know, you have the Abilities Expo. There's no bathroom access. You have some people who need to have adult changing tables. And it's horrible. Why isn't that, if that's being held there, why isn't that being taken care of? Why are the bathrooms horrible? This should have been taken care of years ago. July 26, 1990. That's so long ago. How many other things in this town of Edison hasn't been brought up to code because we've been grandfathered out? July 25th, you make something, hey, you're good. July 26th, no, you have to spend some money. When was this building made? Does anyone know? 75. Okay, well, yeah, that's why there's no access. That's why the elevator's out. Because, hey, you don't care about us. Look at the steep thing. That is steep. Absolutely, it's discrimination. Because they don't care. Vote them out.
It wouldn't be here if we weren't.
Absolutely. And you know what? I wanted to join the military, but I couldn't. I wanted to either join the Army or Coast Guard, but I couldn't because I was already an amputee. I became an amputee at 4.5. So I have seen this show go on. I'm 55 years old, and I'm so grateful that I made it to this age. Because I had cancer multiple times. And I'm dealing with it again.
Thank you.
And I'm winning the battle.
Sachin Sharma.
I'm sorry?
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you. I'll troll back.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, look, marijuana. How does that offend you? Does that offend you? Thank you. Thank you. It's a prop here. Thank you.
Council President, can I please address what Marina said? Do we have to wait until the end?
I would like to, if possible. Sachin Sharma.
Yeah. Namaste, President Patel and esteemed council members. My name is Sachin Sharma, and I'm a resident of Edison and volunteer with Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh called HSS, which is a non-profit organization under Section 501c3. For over a decade, HSS has been dedicated to serving the Edison community through various initiatives, including yogathons, teacher appreciation days, food and clothing drives, and senior yoga programs. Today, I'm here to share an update on Seva Diwali food drive for this year. Seva Diwali is a nationwide initiative led by Hindu American dharmic communities to embody the spirit of selfless service during the joyous festival of Diwali. Since its inception in 2018, this initiative has distributed over 2.2 million pounds of food. In 2023 alone, it involved 34 states, 230 cities, benefit to approx 450 organizations throughout the effort of 2,000 plus volunteers. We at HSS are honored to be a part of this initiative and contribute to the well-being of our community. On November 8th, the Central New Jersey area organizations came together to share their food collection with Middlesex College in Edison, New Jersey, where the representatives from following organizations were present during the event. Middlesex College, Hindu Samsevak Sangh USA, HSS, Seva International, Sai Datta Pitham Temple, Mallakham Federation of USA, Dogwood Meadows Community Edison, Kerala Hindus of New Jersey, American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, Sri Radha Gopinath Temple. This program started by delivering approx 5,000 pounds of food items collected by organization attended, and these food packets were moved into college food pantry by our volunteers and the college staff and students. Following the Middlesex College organization a Diwali program by the Indian Student Association, this program started with an address by the president of Middlesex College, Dr. Mark McCormick. Dr. McCormick appreciated the effort by the Seva Diwali program and how important it is to get the donations for the less privileged students of the institutions. Around 10 to 20% avail the food from the pantry. In some cases, students' ability to stay in the campus is determined by the food security that can be supplemented by programs like Seva Diwali. Through the combined effort of many HSS volunteers from the Edison, Islin, Woodbridge areas, we were able to collect an impressive 40,000 pounds of food this year. These donations were distributed to several organizations in need. I'm naming them now. The first one is Middlesex College, 12,000 pounds. Replenish Nourishing Neighbors, Middlesex County, 10,000 pounds. People of Philadelphia through Philadelphia Police Department, approximately 1,500 pounds. Woodbridge Township Food Pantry, 13,000 pounds. Rahaway Food Pantry, 500 pounds. Church of Jesus Christ Food Bank, 1,500 pounds. Other religious organizations in addition, 1,500 pounds. In addition, we were able to donate over $40,000 worth of goods to Middlesex Replenish through a partnership with Stop and Shop. We are privileged to have made a significant contribution to our community. It is truly heartwarming to see the impact of our collective effort in fulfilling the basic need for the less fortunate in our community. If anyone is interested in contributing these efforts, please contact the HSS team at info@hssus.org, or you can talk to one of our volunteers present here today. Thank you, Additional Council, for giving HSS an opportunity to share the progress our organization is making in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your contact information, if you don't mind. Thank you. Cameron Sutcliffe.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Cameron. Came all the way from Texas.
Oh, you recognized.
Thank you, thank you. Wanted to come all the way out here to say kudos. Mr. Bassoff, that was a fun video I came across on Twitter a couple weeks ago. That was wild. Mr. Council President, quite the spotlight. It's been interesting. While I'm sure we all agree that the decorum issue needed to be addressed, we should also be able to agree that some of these issues, like core American values, our inalienable rights, aren't always that complicated. Was this debacle over the expression of free speech? Given the visceral reaction to what I saw all the way in Texas, I think the obvious answer is clearly. Or am I wrong? Chief Bryan, Deputy Chief Dudash, and other officers present, y'all have a tough job. Part of that job includes taking an oath to defend our rights while enforcing the law. Now, I'm grateful for the good and honorable officers. You make the job of fellow law enforcement officers across the country easier, you ensure their safety, and you bridge the divide that's growing between the law enforcement officers in this country and the public they serve. That being said, for any eager jackboots or those who are too cowardly or ignorant to step up and defend the rights of the people you serve, because it's too difficult, find another job. You disgrace the badge, and you make the job of other officers in this country, like those in my family, more dangerous. So in an effort to further recognize the flawed actions taken the last few weeks and prevent the future abuse of the rights of my fellow Americans, I request that the council prepare a plan for the next meeting to explain how you intend to hold accountable the officers that follow your subjective and clearly unconstitutional commands. How will you prevent further abuse and ensure accountability moving forward? For the Edison officers, I encourage you to remember your oath. The guy earlier brought up the Second Amendment. I'm a big gun nut. We texted for a while. I asked a few of you earlier, what would you do if you noticed me walking around with a gun on my hip? Would you do what some of these guys would ask you to do, would hope you to do, and enforce nonsense? Or would you keep this place miserably disarmed? Or would you actually take your oath seriously? They have no power for any unconstitutional effort if the enforcement arm has a spine. We want to root for all of you, because if we are, that means you're allowing us to live freely and you're not our problem. The alternative is not ideal.
Russell Azzarello.
Boy, are we talking about props. Russ Azzarello, Schuyler Drive, Edison.
You reckon
This is something important, and I think people need to see. It's not mine. I'm not going to take credit. But a friend of mine had to leave for an emergency, and he wanted to know if I could do him a favor. Hey, man, I had to leave for an emergency, but I made a flag that I brought with me. It's still there. Can you... I wrote on the flag, dedicated to the great people of Edison. Can you mention to the council, next time you speak, that in the spirit of Christmas, Anthony DeAmarin and D.D. flags will like this to be hung somewhere in the council chambers or anywhere in town hall. I dedicate it to all of our town residents who came together to defend the United States flag, the United States Constitution, and all that they represent. It's for all the residents, including every single council member. I'm hopeful lessons are learned from all of this. Merry Christmas, and thank you. So like I said, I give me credit when I need it or deserve it, but this is, and can I also respectfully request to step up for the viewers to see as well? Thank you. It's dedicated to the great people of Edison. Let there be light. I'll show the...
Give it to Mr. Patel.
Or burn it.
No.
No.
I still have a few things to say, so
You can keep going.
I like to go back and what a lot of the speakers spoke about, and this really hit a nerve with there's a Disability and Handicap Disabilities Act, and it's appalling and disgusting that our friends, Edison and non-Edison residents, had to wait in the rain. This young lady had to hop up, I don't know how many feet of a ramp to be at this meeting tonight. There's not just Edison residents here. There's people throughout New Jersey that are here as well. This meant a lot to a lot of people, and for them to take, Pennsylvania, Texas, people are watching, and they're concerned and they care, and that's very appreciative. But it's really appalling. They knew ample time that there was going to be many people coming, people in wheelchairs, handicapped, and there's no progress here. This is another blemish by the mayor and this administration to push people back. Even 8 days after the fact and then a smokescreen apology, we still have veterans, we still have handicapped that have to wait out in the rain. That's uncalled for. There's no justification in that. Okay? It's time. I respectfully request the council members, some that have taken the Edison interest in mind, the Edison residents, and some that have not. Let's do a better job. Yous were elected by many, probably not by me because I'm Republican, but unless I had another spare vote for a Democrat. But listen, these residents voted you in. Represent them. Do the right thing. Represent them. Okay? The residents are angry and upset. They're not being represented, and you're not listening to them. Only now, with all this recognition, all the public outcry, are you looking up? Are you listening? Please don't turn a blind eye or a deaf ear anymore. Listen. Listen to what has to be said. And we'll listen to you, but it's a two-way street, not a one-way. Okay? I ran for councilman 2 years ago on a Republican ticket, and I lost. And I'll tell you what, I'm ready to run again. If I'm asked and I'm needed, I'll run again. I don't think I could do a worse job. I think I could do just as equal, if not better. It's time. You have to be concerned about the position you're in. You answer to the mayor. Who does the mayor answer to? Who's pulling his strings? He can't be this naive, arrogant, or ignorant. This town belongs to all of us. And we have family and friends outside of Edison that are watching, that care. Stop rubber stamping. We owe a big apology to Christo, a big apology to Joy Ship Freeman, Ms. Wolke,
All right.
and Joel
Mr. Russell,
Bassoff.
your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we are off the list. Who would like to speak?
Give it to Mr. Patel.
Point of order real quick. We are entering near 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Just so that we don't delay.
Yeah, before we start, can I get a motion to extend the time to 11?
Motion to extend?
Seconded. So this motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the meeting's extended.
The elevator works, guys.
Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Susan Del Conte,
You're
Edison, New
recognized.
Jersey. Thank you. I wasn't planning. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I did want to respond to Joe. I am a member of the Veterans Memorial Committee, and I am not a veteran, although my father, my father-in-law, my brother, my brother-in-law are all veterans, and my son is currently a U.S. Marine. So I feel as though I've definitely supported and honored the veterans, and I know that Joe is incredibly disappointed in what he feels is a real lack of honor. And at the next meeting, we plan to show a proposal for some changes and additions to the Veterans Memorial. And for those who are here who are self-titled crusaders of democracy, I invite you to come to the next meeting and support our veterans the way you have supported all of the constitutional issues that have happened in Edison, because I think our veterans deserve to be recognized and honored. So I hope to see as many people here at the next meeting with your appreciation and your support of the veterans memorials that we have in Edison, to make sure that we get the funding that we need to go forward with this proposal. And I don't need 6 minutes. I'm going to yield the other 4 minutes to other people to speak. But Joe, I wanted you to know that we hear you and we appreciate you, and we plan to honor you. And I'd like you to be at the next meeting. And bring some of your veteran friends. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood, Edison.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Council President. Council President, I would like to ask, so I see that the Edison TV angles still haven't changed, and I would like to ask again, and I know you can choose to ask the question or answer the question now or later, but the council has said that we should change the camera angles, but you don't have control over the gentleman over there. I think the gentleman works for the business administrator. So through the chair to the business administrator, can the business administrator direct the gentleman to put Edison TV back the way it was?
Yes. Again, I think the idea is that it should be done. I don't want, because there's two ordinances in both. Again, I will answer everything at the end. Thank you.
Okay. So at the end, you'll answer me whether or not the business administrator will do that or not immediately, or does the business administrator, I guess the other question I have is, does the business administrator need the mayor's approval to do that? Or can the business administrator make that decision as chief executive of the city government?
Okay, I'll answer that as well.
Okay. Nish, you've apologized, Council President, you've apologized to us and you've asked for us to move on. I wasn't here at last week's meeting or at Monday's meeting, but I watched it. And you asked for us to move on in that meeting, and I would love to. But I'm having a hard time personally accepting that apology. And I'll tell you why. Because my lived experience as an Edison resident tells me that you're not sorry and you haven't internalized what we keep telling you as residents when we come to this meeting over and over and over again. You've filled this room several times this year, Council President. Several times. You filled it for the wrong reasons. You filled it when we had the cannabis ordinance. I'll remind you of that, when this room was so full that there was not enough room for everybody to be in the room. We were outside of the room. And I don't think when I watched the comments, I don't think I heard one resident out of all the, I don't know, hundreds, at least dozens, if not hundreds, of people that agreed with what you brought on the agenda. So you did it then. You've done it in terms of the warehouse definition zoning ordinance. It's still not done. It's been a year now. It's still not even been presented. It's not on the agenda. The public advocate ordinance, you control the agenda, Council President. You've stifled that progress. You've stifled getting that public advocate ordinance on the agenda and prevented it from getting on the agenda and preventing us from moving on. And then today, and still, so this is why I still don't think you've gotten it. You haven't gotten the lesson. You still haven't rescinded the 6 minutes to 4 minutes ordinance. That's a separate ordinance, and that still stands. We're going to go from 6 minutes to 4 minutes here very soon because you didn't make a motion to rescind that one, okay? And the residents have been very clear that they want their 6 minutes, and they ought to have their 6 minutes, but you've kind of glazed over that, and we've done the flag thing, which is fine, great, but you need to undo the 6 minute or the 4 minute thing too. The other thing, the camera angles. So we're living it right now. You still can't change the camera angles. You're not answering questions when we ask. You're waiting till the end, and you're holding the public outside in the rain. The reason we can't accept your apology is because your political capital and your trust from the residents, you're bankrupt in that trust account. It's gone. So we can't trust you anymore. Now that's okay, because in one more meeting, your term as council president will be done. And we will get a new council president at the reorganization meeting on January 8th. And we will be able to put this behind us maybe. But I worry that you still haven't gotten the lesson. So I ask and I beg of you as an Edison resident again, be more respectful and maybe, so I got another minute. Maybe you can tell me in the meeting, you can also tell me who kept everybody out in the rain when we started. Was that also at township administration? Was that directed to happen from the public safety director, who is the mayor? Or was that the chief who sits over there? So through the chair to the chief, did the chief give the order? Did he get the order from the mayor? You won't answer me now. You'll answer me later, maybe. Probably not. But I'm asking you to have more respect for the public. And that's what we're asking. That's why everybody's here. And in my last 30 seconds, I want to appreciate everybody that came here from all over the rest of everywhere. Thanks for coming to help us convince council that they need to give the residents and the people a little more credence and a little more trust and a little more respect. That's all we're asking for. I feel like Aretha Franklin. Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Joel Bassoff, Edison.
You're recognized.
I hope you'll find these remarks helpful. There are two kinds of apologies. One is where the apologizer demonstrates that he engaged in some deep introspection, that he sincerely understands that what he did was wrong, and that he's undergone an authentic transformation so that it would be impossible to make the same mistake again. And there's another kind of apology, and that's where the apologizer is just sorry that he got in trouble, that he regrets that people were offended, and he just wants everyone to move on. Those kinds of apologies are often written by crisis management consultants and are read from a script. Monday's apology, I'm sad to say, sounded like that second kind of apology. So residents who attend or watch council meetings know that it was not your intention to ban the flag or the Constitution. The problem is your intention was worse than that. Your intention was to stomp on what the flag represents and what the Constitution protects, the public's right to criticize the government, in this case, the mayor, and our right to criticize the council's majority. That's why you voted to slash our speaking time. That's why you let the mayor tell Edison TV to stop showing the public. And that's why you tried to stop critics who show up with masks, costumes, and puppets. The flag and the Constitution ended up becoming collateral damage in your misguided effort to protect your master. The problem with you and your council majority is that you haven't been acting like representatives and servants of the people who elected you. Instead, you've been puppets of a mayor who sees himself as a servant to the Middlesex County political machine. You and your majority opened yourselves up to ridicule because you tried to curtail and interfere with legitimate and constitutionally protected criticism of the mayor. If you were working for the people rather than for the mayor, there's no way that you would have approved ordinances that dozens of residents showed up to oppose and that no members of the public supported. If you were sincerely apologetic, you'd own up to what caused you to make such boneheaded decisions, servility to an egotistical mayor, and you'd stand up to the mayor and start exercising independent judgment. You'd do what your council colleagues, Ajay Patil and Richard Brescher, routinely do. You'd question the spending, you'd push back against waste and mismanagement, and you'd demand answers to questions. So I'm not saying this to attack you or to embarrass you, but to help you do your job better. I'm trying to encourage you and your colleagues who always vote with you to engage in sincere introspection and start representing the people who you took an oath to serve. So you and your colleagues are very smart, you're accomplished in your fields, so use your smarts to stand up to the political machine and start serving the residents of Edison. And I can assure you that at the end of the day, you'll feel better about yourself. So I also want to point out that you should and could do better for the disabled people that live in our community and that visit our community, and we could do better for our veterans. I also want to note that since there are a lot of visitors here from out of town, I want to say something about Edison. What you see here in our council chambers is probably the worst that Edison has to offer. We actually have beautiful people here. We're filled with people who, from all over the world, they've come here. We've got people who have been here for generations. We've got people who are recent immigrants, and I can assure you, we all love the flag. We all love the Constitution. And we all can get along with each other. The problems are just in front of us here. And once we get leaders that start serving the public, I can assure you that everyone will be able to appreciate all the beautiful things that Edison has to offer. And you'll see why, except for what goes on in this chamber, we're so proud of where we live and the people that we live with.
Okay.
Hi again, I'm Heather Christine. I'm from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I'm with Early Vote Action. We are the group that is ran by Scott Pressler. We turned Pennsylvania red for Donald Trump for a senator and two Congress seats. And we are remobilizing, and we are coming for New Jersey to hopefully turn it red. We are here tonight to support the citizens of Edison, and there's a lot of passion and patriotism in this room tonight, as there should be, because the flag and the Constitution was in crisis, really, and we couldn't stand for it. Many of us have come from several hours away in Pennsylvania. I came about an hour and a half away, but we wanted to be here. Scott Pressler, unfortunately, could not be here tonight. He's in Long Island meeting with donors to hopefully raise more money to put boots on the ground here in New Jersey to turn the state red. We just wanted to give a shout out to the citizens of Edison to let you know that we hear you, we see you, and we are here for you. And many of the footage tonight has already been posted on X, formerly Twitter, and it is going viral, just like we did when we went to Bucks County, Pennsylvania. We have a table set outside, and we have voter registration forms. If anybody is not registered and wants to register to vote, we will register you. If anybody is a current Democrat and wants to become a Republican, we will switch that registration for you. And we also have commit to vote cards that you can sign and make a commitment to vote in the 2025 election. And we are coming for the governor race in New Jersey. Thank you.
Akhtar Nasser, Edison. So some of the things that I'm going to say have probably been said, but I'm just going to reiterate them. And I really wish that we would go back and forth like we used to do, because sometimes you don't understand the questions, or the question will morph into something else that it wasn't. And then that was some of the times when some people were going to get kicked out because they were trying to clarify their position. So that's one of the problems that I have with the way that we do things right now. So the first thing is, when I first came in here, I saw a huge police presence, and we still do. So my question is, this problem you guys created, and actually the lawyer kind of created this. So I'm wondering if his firm is going to go ahead and reimburse us, because you had to have protection for these council people because of what you guys decided to do. You tried to put 2 ordinances through, and you desecrated what the flag was as a prop. That's what you decided it was. And when I was listening to that at home, I was like, are we really saying that the flag is a prop? It was, yeah, it's ridiculous what you did. The other thing I want to know is, are we paying overtime or are we pulling people off the streets of Edison and therefore not making it safe? So hopefully you can address that because we do have a lot of crime here. We know about that. Another thing that I want to talk about was I'm disgusted by the campaign flyers that go into the mail against Councilman Brescher and Patil when they consistently are looking out for the taxpayers. And we shouldn't be having these political mailers out there with our tax bills, et cetera. And we got to stop wasting the money. The decorum that we were trying to set here, as Councilwoman Harris said, that the problems are on that side. And I wish that you guys would address that. I tried to address that in the summer when I was called out for talking about AI. You don't like AI? Well, that's your problem. It's being used everywhere. It's being used in the schools. It's being talked about all the time. I'm allowed to go ahead and express what I want to. And if you're going to go ahead and tread over me 3 times when you don't have anything good to say, that's your problem. And as a council president, I asked you to go ahead and respectfully talk to your side over there, but you didn't really want to do that. You'd rather, when you came back from recess, you came back and you kind of were condescending to me, honestly. And I didn't really appreciate that. So we got to change that. We do need some decorum rules, but the way that you guys rolled it out when Councilwoman Harris was on the subcommittee and it was a 2-to-1 where people were in favor of pushing through the 6-to-4 and the decorum rules that you guys have now rescinded, you couldn't go ahead and wait for her to come back from her vacation. She pleaded with you. What kind of respect is that towards your council president, the only female that's sitting up there? It's really telling of you guys that you couldn't do that. There was no reason that was given that, oh, we must go ahead and do this before X, Y, or Z happens. We were never told anything. And also your term is going to end. So what difference does it make? Why couldn't the next person go there and go ahead and make these rules? It doesn't really make any sense. And none of this makes any sense. This rule should not be filled with outsiders here, and I appreciate them here, but you should be listening to the Edison residents. When we, the Edison residents, come over here, we have council people here that say that, oh, you don't go in and represent the Edison public. These people over here don't represent the Edison public. They've announced that they've come from Texas, from other places as well. So why is it all of a sudden that you feel that it's right to go ahead and change what you guys did? It does not make sense. We're paying taxes. They're not. They're visitors here, and I appreciate them once again, because if they weren't here, none of this would be happening. The 6-to-4 minutes amendments and the 6-to-4 minutes ordinance, we need to get rid of that. It's ridiculous. I have 2 minutes left, so I got to talk really quickly. So I want to also talk about something where somebody over here said that they wanted to rescind the ordinance for the decorum. You were actually one of the people that voted on that. The only people that said that they didn't want to do it was Councilman Brescher, and it was Councilwoman Harris, and it was also Councilman Patil. So don't go ahead and try to be the hero right now. You're the reason that we are here and have the police presence and everything else. So come on now, stop trying to be the hero. Okay, I want you, there's a lot of things I want to say, but there are certain things that are really important too. We need to give apologies to certain people that you kicked out or you treated unfair, like Councilwoman Chip Freeman, Lois Walk, Shel Rosamano, when she was trying to go ahead and figure out what the table of a table is, and then there was some disparaging remarks. What is so confusing about that? That was not appropriate. And Council Vice President Harris, when again, you wouldn't go and be respectful and let her be here to cast her vote. I also want to hear apologies for Joel and Christo when they were thrown out unjustly. And there are so many other people that probably have missed also as well. Your poor choices that you had led to longer meetings, the opposite of what you were trying to do. There's more police over here. There were 2, there were 4, etc. You need to start listening to the people. You're fanning flames here, and we need to rebuild trust. You need to rescind that 6-to-4 minutes. It's really ridiculous that we have that. I don't understand what you're trying to accomplish with that. These ordinances, these meetings that we've had here, the last 2, you've let anyone do whatever they wanted to do here, and you had no problem. So why'd you have a problem before? I hope that you will give Councilwoman Harris the ability to go ahead and preside over the future meetings. And I also, on another point, I would like the mayor to reappoint Library Board President Massey and Vice President O'Neill, because their boards actually work, and we don't need to mess it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Charlene Angelostro from Pennsylvania. I'm going to speak on behalf of Christo, and y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Christo is the digital creator and activist behind the New Jersey Watcher YouTube. He is the reason we are all here today. Christo is for a police accountability and civil rights activist, serving the community of Edison, New Jersey. Since running for mayor of Edison in 2021 election cycle, Christo has faced a number of political motivated attacks by Edison politicians and the Edison Police Department. The political suppression has escalated from public insult and also including his whole entire family by the police of unlawful arrests. Born and raised in South Edison, Christo is an activist for children's rights. Did you hear that? Children's rights, our future, the children. And y'all better figure that out before they're robots. Civil rights, police accountability, and political justice in Edison, New Jersey. His investment in these issues is the force that powers his YouTube channel and drove his mayoral campaign. Christo is courageous and vocal about long-running political corruption in Edison. Political corruption, imagine that. I just have one question. So you all screw up in here, and you have lawsuits that have to be filed against you. The money you use to go after the person is the purse of the people. But now when the people have to come after you to sue you, you're using the purse of the people again to pay them, correct? Shouldn't we have insurance or bonds on each one of you, that if you do something like this, you're held personally for that? I think maybe something like that should happen with that. Because if it came out of your pocket, it would be different. You're taking the money out of everybody's pocket in this town. You're going to do whatever you feel like doing with that. And then the repercussions don't matter to you because it didn't come from your purse. Local newspapers have worked alongside police and political adversaries in unethical attempts to further criminalize the lawful actions of Jersey Watcher. Regrettably, my friend Christo finds himself embroiled in a legal predicament right now. Who's paying for that? He has to get a GoFundMe to pay for his own legal against you. That'll happen though, because now that everybody sees this, lawyers will come up and they will help him, I'm pretty sure. There's some pretty good ones out there now. Having been unjust, targeted for his unwavering commitment to upholding the Constitution and holding elected officials and police officers accountable for their actions, his pioneering spirit and unwavering resolve to promote good governance and safeguard individual liberties has made him a target for those who seek to subvert the very principles he opposes. Despite facing and ongoing legal battles, Christo remains steadfast in his pursuit of justice for all, unwavering in his belief that collective action and collaboration are vital to securing a better future for society. To his detractors, he is vilified as a racist and subjected to unfounded allegations and a host of other malicious tactics aimed at tarnishing his reputation and impeding his advocacy, which we actually saw that on a video. Tactic, governmental tactic, blaming someone of being on heroin when they're not. Your officers have done it. It's on video. You don't do that. You don't do that. That means y'all are on heroin if we sit here and say it. Now we can print it or put it on a video for people to believe council's on heroin, because it's how y'all act. No shit.
Harassment, bullying, there's a numerous number of charges. When I run this by the correctional officers,
We must take a stand against the insidious. Sorry, you got it. We must take a stand against the insidious machinists of those who employ sophisticated legal language and dubious tactics to thwart the efforts of individuals like Christo. We love you, bud. Okay. As a malevolent force is categorically false, and we must cease allowing our political leaders to weaponize their authority to impede the tireless efforts of individuals like Christo, who seek to effect real and meaningful change in our society. His steadfast commitment to the greater good serves as a beacon of hope for all who share his unwavering belief in the power of justice and equality. Hope for all who share his unwavering belief in the power of justice and equality. Please consider everything that you have done. I'm pretty sure there's lawyers that are watching us. Pretty sure there's lawyers that are on YouTube. Pretty sure now they go and come forth. We want you personally. Accountability on all of your person.
Your time's up.
Joyce Shiv Freeman, Edison, New Jersey. And I'm going to start off with the veterans because I started off a fund for the veterans, and because I believe that you deserve the better Memorial Park and the better access to the different flags and everything that did represent yes, everything. I'm very, very happy about veterans because I know it's because of veterans, that I'm able to stand here. I've had a folded flag before from my dad. Now, another thing I wanted to say is to everybody in this room, I don't want these politics like a football game. I'm tired of this red team, blue team, red team, blue team. We shouldn't be there for those people. We should all become together because whether you know it or not, a lot of New Jersey is purple, whether you know it or not, because there's good things on both sides, all right? And a lot of people in here, if you do have contact with the people down in Washington, D.C., please ask them to give people a living wage. Therefore, we wouldn't have to, like the great people here that discuss their charity and how they collected 40,000 pounds of food to give to people. They shouldn't have to be begging that. They shouldn't be working 60 hours a week and receiving so little while the politicians, their pockets full, okay? So stop with the red team and the blue team because we're both getting shooken down, okay? And I was talking about our free speech, like Akhtar said, a clarification will get you thrown out of a meeting, which is ridiculous. Because there's too many intelligent people that sit around and know better. And this is the thing that really bothers me. Like my parents said, the stuff stays inside the house, the Edison family. But no, we want to start all this stuff with the Edison family of problems we could have taken care of. We could have taken care of it in-house. People stood here, person after person, from this actual town and begged you, time and time again, please don't take my speech. Please don't be condescending when I ask you. It's only maybe 10 or 12 of us that come here, okay? And get indignant for the amount of money you make. You shouldn't be indignant. You should be glad to answer our question. We can come here and they say, oh, they're asking the same question again. Because you ask the same question 6 times and everybody acts like, why are you asking me a question? I'm only here to do whatever, whatever the mayor tells me to do. That's just what I do. All right? I know for a fact Councilman Patil and Councilman Brescia will ask questions. Nobody else cares. I'm a senior. So when these taxes come back to bite us later on, oh, you can get this bond for $200 million. You can get something else, but guess what? They're going to come back to bite me. They don't bite me this year, they're going to bite me next year. Okay, so I would like you to have a little concern about it. And another thing, the other thing that really bothers me is that when we do these change orders, everybody knows that the buildings have, everybody knows that the buildings are contaminated. Okay, they all have asbestos in it. So when you putting your bid in, why is that not included? Unless you're from Mars, these buildings are all filled with asbestos, unless you're from Mars. And I'm just like really disappointed that we had to have people come from all over. I mean, I love you guys all, I love all you guys and everything, but you have to all come here to discuss the flag of America. Now, whether you're on the red team, the blue team, because I want to get rid of that and I want us all to be working together, that shouldn't be the only reason that we're screaming. We should be worried about other citizens. We should worry about other things also. Don't just come for the flag. If you see other things that you deem to be unjust all over New Jersey, you should speak. Everybody shouldn't just come out because somebody got thrown out for the flag or the Constitution. Because I believe in the flag and I believe in the Constitution, and I fought for civil rights. And I fought for women's rights. I fought the whole time, all right? And so I believe in most of the people, especially from this town, sincere. They're sincere in asking their questions. They're sincere in trying to get a good answer. And I expect more out of this council. I just do. You know what I mean? Because they are elected individuals, and I expect more out of them at all. Thank you.
Rob Kentos, 61 Meadow.
You're recognized.
15th generation Edison resident, for those who don't know me here. 15th generation Edison resident, for those who don't know me. I have about 104 family members that are veterans that are buried in this town, okay? That we know of. Didn't work out so well, huh, guys? Didn't work out so well. You know, when this decorum ordinance was originally introduced, I couldn't be here. I was laying at home in bed, and when I heard it read, I said to myself, what do I have in the basement that I could bring in that's related to Edison history that none of you guys would ever stop me from bringing in? I mean, I could have brought in the first flag that was brought down Woodbridge Avenue. I have it in my possession. I could have brought historic documents in where you're gonna have me hauled out of here for them. I said, Coughlin's law firm's got 21 attorneys. Who are the adults in the room? Where's the common sense? I mean, I knew somebody was gonna bring in a flag. I mean, I didn't want to bring in a big flag here. I didn't want to bring in I was gonna bring in the original flag, right? And I was gonna drape it over me, and I said, no. Some people, that might not go over so well. I'm smart enough to know that. So I brought in this pocket constitution that was given to me in these council chambers a lifetime ago. And I was told to put it away like I had a gun. So I'll put it away. I'll keep with the program. But how did you not know? How did you not know? I mean, who's making these decisions? I mean, and then today, I was gonna come up here and give a completely different speech, but now I have to change it up because today I get here. And I got here, I wanted to get here at 6:30, but you know, life gets in the way. I probably got here at 6:35, 6:40. I'm outside, and the door's not open yet. You got an attorney there. I get it. You guys could probably cite safety concerns for keeping us out in the rain so long, but a judge is going to say, why didn't you open up the door earlier? Under the Open Public Meetings Act, you can't, that's a block. I could sue you guys. That's a blockade. You violated my constitutional rights to come in here to the meeting. I missed the first few minutes of the meeting. I'm not going to complain, no. But, I mean, who are the adults in the room? If Chief Bryan said, hey, guys, you know, we're going to have to, you know, we're going to need more, you know, for security concerns, we're going to have to bring them up this way. You knew the meeting was going to be packed tonight. Bryan was on notice. He was definitely on notice that the news might be here, that you might have 200 people. Who's the adult in the room to say, hey, you know what? Under the Open Public Meetings Act, we're gonna have a long line today. Better put something out on the website, get it out online that says, hey, get here for 6 o'clock. We're gonna search you on the way in. You may be sitting around for a while, get used to it. Why didn't we do that? Why didn't we do that? And here's the worst part, right? Monday's meeting and this meeting, you knew there were going to be lawyers in the audience, okay? You knew there were going to be members of the public here that are professional First Amendment auditors, right? You can go look at their YouTube. They're professionals. They're better than us. They're better than me. And you knew there were going to be lawyers here for them too, looking around. I mean, how did you not, who didn't say, hey guys, you know, wait a minute here. We better make sure all these folks get in here safely, and then we'll start the meeting. But no, just like the decorum ordinance, you can read case law till it comes out your ass, but there's something called the spirit of the Constitution. Until you actually, the attorney knows, until you actually sit down and you listen to oral arguments for like a freaking lifetime down in Trenton like I have, you know, how did you not know? How did you not know? I mean, really, guys, I hate to sit here and chastise you, but how did you not know? This is an amateur mistake. And you took the bait. You took the bait. You said, we're going to enforce these right away, get these decorum rules in. And you know what I considered doing, to be honest with you? I was going to ask a neighbor of mine to come to this meeting, okay? Because you guys enforce no mask. She wears a mask every day. In fact, I've never seen her face. I've never seen her face. I was going to have her come in here. I mean, what would you have done? You said no masks unless medically necessary. How about if a woman comes in here with a burqa on? What are you going to do? Tell her to take it off? You took the bait, Nish. You wanted to stop Christo and stop all these people. And for I don't know how many years I've met all yous in person. How many years have I said, why can't you just sit there and let the guy curse you out for 6 minutes, if that's what he wants to do, and say thank you? Thank you very much. Thank you for calling me whatever name he called you. It makes no friggin' sense. Look how much money this has costed. Look how much time this has costed. All these folks are coming out here from all over the world. Why? Didn't have to happen. What was wrong with the rules before? Somebody doesn't like what's being said at the meetings.
Not listening.
That's what it is. Somebody doesn't like what's being said at the meetings. And now, it's completely backfired, right? I don't know if those freaking rape allegations are legit or not, or whatever the case happened with them. I have no freaking clue, right? But now, you were trying to stop that from being said. Now they're reading them here every freaking meeting. Every meeting I have to hear about them now. I have to fast forward through it. See what you did? Why didn't somebody sit down, you have a big law firm, and say, you know what, before we implement this prop ordinance, what are they going to bring in? How about if they bring in the freaking flag? We're going to tell them no? I could not believe that you were calling the flag a prop. I was in shock. God bless.
My name is Peter Pedro Pizer. I'm a retired sheriff's officer. My specialty is narcotics. Gentlemen, you know, I ran for politics, and I think all of you's missing the boat. Government of the people, for the people, by the people. You know who wrote that? Anybody? Gettysburg Address. I asked that question, found out 1,800 lawyers. 2 knew the answers. You forgot who elected you. How many of you walk the streets, take time, and go see somebody? The other thing I'm embarrassed about is the mayor. If those allegations are true, I feel sorry, embarrassed for my brother officers and sisters here. They gotta work under a guy like that. He should be suspended till he's proven innocent or guilty. And I don't know how you can sit there and listen and take that. I'd be embarrassed to sit there. But you know, you're elected by the people. You should take time. I do every day. I come close to winning elections. He knows, okay? Because I care about people. I'm not running to get a job. I'm running to do a job. I don't need the money. It'll be donated. And a lot of you make a lot of money sitting there. I know every one of you how much you make. Okay? But I think you need to sit back, get together and do something with the mayor. That's an embarrassment for the state of New Jersey and for Edison. I used to live in Edison years ago. So I worked plain clothes in whatever I was doing. I moved out of town. But you need to get your act together. I mean, I feel bad for the veterans. You know, the flag, that bothers me. Yes, I'm born in Venezuela. My father worked for the government. That's why I ended up being born here. Okay? I know all about communism. I can teach you a lesson. But you need to put a rail out there, and that young lady shouldn't have to walk up that ramp. I've seen a lot of people do that. Again, I ask you, do something about the mayor. I hate to see my brother officers work for that scumbag, if it's true. Okay? And if I'm elected sheriff, I'm planning to run for sheriff, I'm gonna tell you something. If that lady comes to file a complaint, I will lock his ass up. Permanently. And there is no mayor, and no prosecutor is gonna tell me I can't, because the sheriff runs the county, not the mayor. You know that. You know the law. I know it very well. Okay? The chief can lock his butt up now. But you people, get your act together. Save yourself. And if you can't do the job, do yourself a favor, don't run off office. Because you know what? I predict, I say half of you won't be elected again. I got a feeling you won't be elected again. I walked the streets in Edison, all those I heard, Amazon, transportation. Nobody's doing anything. What was Rio's doing? Nothing. Overpaid freeholder. Okay? Did any of you talk to the people about the problem? Hell no. I did. And that's what they told me. They don't give a damn. Somebody's pockets are being filled. Okay? So I ask you, get your act together, do something with the mayor, help the veterans out. But yeah, Menlo Park has to be sure. I go to Menlo Park. I'm a veteran, okay? And I go to Lions Hospital and I go to East Orange Hospital once a month. But you need to take care of the veterans. Menlo Park has to be taken care of over there. Billy does. And I thank you. Take care. God bless everybody.
Terry Beck, Hillsborough, New Jersey. I just want to let all of you know I'm part of the national chapter out of 97 chapters of vets in the country. I reported this whole situation to government affairs, so they are taking it upon their own lawyers. I called my sheriff twice based upon unlawful orders. Same situation in Bedminster. The cops are nervous. They're like, oh, are you going to report us? Well, yeah, I am. You're doing the wrong thing. Everybody's equal by the Bible. Everybody's equal by the Bible. My rights, I have them here. This is what the founding fathers had. This is what you don't touch. This is what you don't edit, modify, or even talk about changing. Once you do, you're walking into a major fire in United States of America, Republic. So just remember one thing. Now that you've shaken up the box, you've all been in the spotlight now, I'm sure, with lawyers from Rolling Thunder, the bikers, and I deal with Trump. So he already has the letter and he already has the documentation, thank God, because great patriots that I know from the recall against Murphy, who should have been jailed for Title 18, sections 1324 and 1325, unlawfully, illegally harboring and abetting free riders, illegals, immigrants, foreigners coming to our country and living off a taxpayer dollar. So politicians in general need to be all investigated heavily. You know why? Because we need to see what resume you really have if you're really fit for the job. Furthermore, on top of that, you must all go to a constitutional law class and take an oath that your oath states, if I violate it in any unconstitutional way, I will be put away for life and do community service when I'm out. Done. End of story.
Real quick to address to your council. My name is Jim Needlemeyer, and I am from Monmouth County.
You're recognized.
And I want to say one thing. Please tell Joseph Caruso of the Expo Center and Convention Center, he tells us disabled people, made a bird of paradise fly up your nose. He still doesn't make his washrooms handicap accessible. I mean, come on. We paid $1 in that place. Does he want our money? I mean, come on. George Herbert Walker Bush signed an act of the Americans with Disabled Act and Americans with Disabilities for us. That means us disabled, the disabled veterans that fought for our country and lost a limb because, do not disrespect our flag, because our flag represents America. And, please do not. Okay? So thanks for letting me dump it out, and I hope you can tell Joseph Caruso to apply by the Americans with Disabilities Act to make his washrooms handicap accessible, get the Edison Police Department down there to issue tickets for people that park there without handicap plates or placards down there. As I said, the Edison Police Department can make their ticket quota in 1 month at a show down there. That's all they got, I'm sorry, I apologize to the police department, but I'm telling you, that's what they should, enforce the parking law, write parking tickets down there. Every show, look for handicap placards and plates. If they don't have it, get a ticket. And if they still don't move it, get a tow truck down there and tow the cars out of there that don't belong there. So, thanks. And I thank the people of Edison for allowing me to speak. Okay, and the veterans, bless you and thank you for your service.
Zimmerman, Edison.
You recognize.
For the guy with the handicap wheelchairs in Rarian Center, what they do in there, I have vending machines in there. They used to take down the petitions in the bathrooms. And he's right. They do not have handicap bathrooms in there. 2, are you, the university? I was working there for a while, doing handicap bathrooms on the 3rd floor. Guess what? No elevators. No elevators. And to this day, they still got no elevators. But we had handicap bathrooms on the 3rd floor. Getting back to other things. Does anybody know what these are? Nobody knows? Anybody knows? These were my father's. World War II. He fought the Germans. He killed his own friends. I've been waiting for paperwork for 3 weeks from upstairs to have a street signing for my dad. I'm still waiting. Am I waiting because I'm a whistleblower?
Tell them what they use them for.
Identification. I've been waiting for paperwork for a street signing for my dad. 3 weeks. Can anybody answer me that? Sonia?
This won't let us talk till you're done speaking.
We're going to answer
All right.
everything at the end.
And other things, I'm not going to let up with other things. I won't mention tonight because I don't want to repeat it again. But everybody that's new here tonight, I just want to let you know, I retired from this town almost 6 months ago. I was targeted, I was bullied, I was hassled, and railroaded. And barged from my area because of one person on this council. Thank you.
All right, anyone else that would like to speak?
Motion to close the public portion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, anybody would like to answer any other questions?
Yes, Council President?
Council Vice President?
I don't know if Marina, I saw her come back in. I don't know if she's, if she's still here. You are, okay, thank you, Marina. I wanted to, first of all, thank you for your impassioned testimony. And I'm incensed about this situation that took place outside at the beginning of the meeting. I don't understand what this new traffic pattern is all about, but it seems to be really a pretty failed science experiment. And to have people, just forget about even disabled people, but just people who are not impaired, who are standing out in the rain waiting to come in here, and then you talk about the people with disabilities, and you're talking about ramps that seem to be substandard and dangerous. This is an outrage. This is something that we should and we could do better than this. And so through Council President to Sonia, is there something we can do to bolster and get our handicap access more compliant?
Council Vice President, it is accessible, it's ADA accessible, the ramp at that location. It was chosen for that specific location because of the accessibility.
Excuse me.
Please, let
Yeah.
Council Vice President talk.
Yeah, excuse me. Can you explain why the access was not the normal access through the basic lobby door? I don't understand this either. Can someone explain through, again, the council president, why the traffic pattern was different for these last two meetings?
Due to several hundreds, if not hundreds rather, security threats. There was an operations here through the police department which required alterations. The door was open 15 minutes prior to the meeting on both days without incident. Obviously, council members have accessibility to the building at all times, but the open meeting was advertised for 7 p.m. and 15 minutes prior, people were allowed to come in.
No elevator.
I also, a point was made, I think, Marina, you made this too, about we do have a problem with the lights that flicker on and off. This has been an ongoing problem, and I wonder if someone from engineering or public works can look into this, because that does happen very often.
Sure.
All right. Thank you. There was something else, and I can't. No.
Ma'am, you're out of order.
Yeah, yeah. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the business administrator did address the ramps. So the ramps are here on this side, correct? Railings. We're talking about the railings?
The ramp is ADA compliant.
Okay, all right, okay, all right, okay, all right. But I would like us to do better by the public, and especially those disabled people, and get the. Okay, thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Pointer?
I'll wait until.
Just wait.
The best way for. Can I please speak?
Yes.
Why did the cops lie and say the elevator?
We just have listen to Councilman Pointer. We all listened. We listen to people. It's only fair that we listen to Councilman Pointer.
Excuse me, please. The best way that we can assist, and I appreciate the explanations as to what can be improved. For myself, from a communication standpoint, if you could email me with those specific items, then I can follow up with the administration to try to advance the ADA compliance, or forget the compliance aspect, just what's right, just to make it that it is better, okay? So my request, humbly, is to please email me. I'll make a list of items and I'll follow up with the administration. I think people up here know that I do try to do my due diligence in that, and that is at least what I can offer to you at this moment. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Anybody else that would like to answer any question?
Yeah.
Councilman Brescher?
Question to the business administrator. Are you saying that that ramp out there is ADA compliant to today's standards?
No. As I stated to Council Vice President, it is, and that's why the area was chosen amongst the security personnel.
All right, can I, you have somebody here that works in code that could meet me tomorrow, and we can take the measurements?
Our ADA compliance officers are Director of Engineering.
Oh, they are. Can they meet me tomorrow so we can take the measurements, because I'd like to verify it?
Just contact me and we can work something out.
All right, that's number one. The cameras. They say that we couldn't do these cameras. I thought these cameras moved.
Lighting and railing.
The video cameras that we have, right? They used to move. So like if I spoke, the camera would come on me. And then if Asaf spoke, it would go on him. So they used to be able to do, like you had two cameras, but they would be able to get all the council people, right?
So this takes programming, and thus why the resolution was done tonight. And at the next meeting, the entire programming and technology of the way the video is shot would be changed. So it takes time. There's a technical aspect to it.
To program the cameras.
Yes, sir.
That's because you have an IA, or is it AI?
AI.
Listen, I get lie after lie after lie. Let's see. Somebody mentioned about, did anybody go to Amazon? Yeah, Amazon used to get regularly ticketed when we had another mayor. With this mayor, they don't get ticketed, but they do give donations. I don't know what that's really called. Represent the Edison public. Yes, absolutely. Elected officials are supposed to represent the public. But I always tell everybody that there's two types of elected officials. The ones that believe that they lead and you follow like sheep, and the ones that believe that they serve the public. The public just has to make a wise choice in this 225 election. Overtime, off-street, I'm not too sure there. The Zoom meeting, right? We talked about the Zoom meeting and ADA compliance. I believe that we would be sued if anybody did sue. They threatened to sue, but they just don't do it. So can we do the Zoom thing now, or do we do it after the lawsuit is a question. Oh, David.
Yeah, sure. When you say the Zoom thing, having a Zoom meeting, is that what you're talking
Yes. So people have requested because of disabilities that we do Zoom meetings. And what I've learned in New York City, right, which is actually, New York City is really great for disabled people. Unlike New Jersey, we're kind of like, Babylon time. No, because they actually take it serious. All their compliance, they are regulations and they're compliant, but here's where it goes. The judge has always found that it had to be a reasonable request. So to say that to do a Zoom meeting for people that had disabilities, well, you could always have said we didn't have the technology, we didn't know, and that would have been a valid argument. But since COVID happened and we had the ability to switch and do this, it is now, well, I think they'd win in court. And I said this, you weren't here, I think it was Michael, and I said it to Sonia, I said, you guys should look into this before we get sued. And this was a couple months ago, probably, and no one's done it. So what I'm saying is, do we make those accommodations, which are reasonable accommodations to people that have disabilities, or do we wait for them to sue us? I'm good either way, but like I said at that meeting, if we get sued, I'm going to ask Sonia and your firm, like, hey guys, we paid you to make sure this worked. Why wouldn't you do that?
I'll say to you unequivocally, if a lawsuit was brought under the ADA for Zoom meetings, I believe we would be victorious as a township, that there is not a legal obligation to have Zoom under ADA. We do have, as we said, we are ADA compliant, there is accessibility to the building. If you want Zoom meetings, that's a decision of this body.
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just believe that a jury would find in their favor, being that it's a simple accommodation to people that don't have access.
I respectfully disagree, but I understand your position on it, but I would be hard-pressed to see a judge and/or jury finding ADA violations for not having Zoom.
Right, I'm just putting everybody on notice.
Okay.
You know, like we closed on the Glendale property and the other litigations that we have.
Sure.
So there's a record of it. That's just where I'm going.
Understood. Ma'am, you're out of order. You can't speak right now. Yeah.
We can't.
You're out of order, sir. All right, any other questions, Councilor?
No, that would be it, Council
Okay,
President.
anybody else? Okay. Council, there were, oh, Council.
Just I want to
Councilman
make a
Hatto.
remark. Again, thank you everyone for coming here. We heard you. Some actions were taken. Just to be clear, we all care about the residents, about the veterans. This body does work 95%. 95%. And I will say that I'm very proud that we have the finest police department in the state of New Jersey. So I wouldn't even doubt that any police officers are acting in a wrong way. Again, they are doing their job. If they are instructed in a different way, it's a whole different story. But we do have a finest police department. I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
Next. So a couple of questions that we missed for Joseph. The Expo Center, do they have to be handicapped compliant, or are they grandfathered in? How does that?
I can't answer the question. I don't know what the specific question was. There was a statement. So if they could email me what exactly is the issue.
Okay. Unfortunately, no conversations back and forth, sorry. Moving on to the camera angles and the running of the next meeting, which will we have that up and running by next meeting?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. There was a street signing delay for Zimmerman for 3 weeks. Is that?
So there is no delay. The time has lapsed. Our last event was at Veterans event that happened this past November. So we'll take applications certainly, but it'll be for next year.
Okay. So, but you guys respond back that you got the applications and whatnot.
I
Yes?
will check with our office.
Yes. Okay. And just let them know that it's going to be next year, whatever time
We'll
frame.
acknowledge, make sure that we acknowledge receipt.
Thank you. Okay. And the last of all, I do want to thank everybody that came out here. And maybe it was a rough lesson that I learned. I think the main thing I learned is the unintended consequences. I believe I wanted better decorum, but you guys conducted yourself pretty well. You guys all changed right after. Some people talked outside of when someone was talking, which was not very nice. But to the most part, you guys were very well Monday and now. And I have learned that, yes, I am okay listening to anything that is being said. But what I would like is something that my kids can participate in. And that is something maybe I should give up hope on at this point. Because there is certain conversations, I guess people want to bring it up, and that is fine, they can. But what I do want to say is that a lot of these accusations are accusations, and we are not a criminal court. Until something is done criminally, if something's found out criminally, look, the day something is proven in the court of law, I'm pretty sure everyone sitting here will condemn those acts because we all are disgusted by it. The rape is not something that is light, it's a very heinous crime that stays with you and it creates PTSD. And then there's so many other issues, and I completely understand, and I wouldn't want anybody to be a victim of it. But at the end of the day, this is not a criminal court. We do not prove anything. We are a legislative body for a township that serves the people. And again, when I say people, there are 100,000 souls in this town. And when 100,000 souls for asks for something, you have to understand, even when my kids ask for the same toy, I have to make a decision, and I have to say, hey, you can have it and you cannot. There are decisions to be made, and that is what this body does. We don't get it always right. We are humans. We make errors. And the only thing we can do is ask for forgiveness and maybe move forward and learn those lessons. And again, I thank you all. I know you guys came from far away, Texas. I'm amazed that you came from Texas. I truly appreciate it. But yes, I thank you all. I've been taught a lesson, and this will stay with me for life. I promise you. And all of the faces here will stay with me for life. Thank you very much. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
May I have a second? Second. That's motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Assaf. All in favor? This meeting stands adjourned at 10:55 p.m.
Hey, Joe.
I denounce you, Councilman Patel.
We
I
answered your
denounce
email
you.
about